inland voltaic basin. It has successfully acquired and processed 2,538 line kilometers of 2D seismic data, analyzed 1,537 geochemical samples, and established a working petroleum system. A gas processing plant terrain is being constructed in the western region to complement the Atuabo gas processing plant so as to increase dry gas delivery for power and non-power users. The Takoradi portion of the Takoradi-Tema Interconnection Project, TTIP, has been completed with an increased capacity of gas exports from Takoradi to Tema through the West African Gas PNPC. Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
You are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
pray for a pope, bishop, priests, all the regions, and congregation has improved. We thank God for the mercies and glory for us.
Thanksgiving sometimes also we know elevates the spirit in you. Thanksgiving even gives the opportunity to defeat that dumping spirit that would like to frustrate whatever you are doing. So we are very grateful to be with you. My brothers and sisters, many of you here are here to thank also the Lord for Mr. Domelevo. We know what he has done in the short period of his work as our Auditor General. We would like to thank him. We'll thank you for the work you did. And we are here to appreciate you and to appreciate your family, that even for a short while, you have really made a mark. You have demonstrated to the world that Ghana is not over, that there are good people in Ghana. There are good and sincere people. There are committed people in Ghana. And if we can all allow our goodness, our sincerity, the values we learned at home, the values we learn in our churches as Christians, the values we learn as people who are educated to rule our country, nobody will be poor, nobody will suffer. And all of us will be able to live as if we are on the promised land. And so we are very grateful for what you have done in this short time, and we are asking God to continue to bless you, to protect you, and to also continue to strengthen you, to still see ahead. You know, that all people who say that, oh, look, good people do not last. Good people last. And their work lasts. They will say, oh, if you are a good person, you will not last. It is not true. In this Thanksgiving, we are sending message to the whole world that let us be good. Let us work sincerely. Let us be committed. But good people last. Because when they finish their work, they hand over to others to continue the good work which they have done. We are grateful to you, and may God bless you abundantly. Amen.
Today we are here to thank God. As the bishop said, in every situation we are supposed to thank God. That is why we are here. So if anybody wants to know why we are here simply to thank God. So my thanks, or our thanks, go to the Almighty God for how far He has brought us. We are very grateful to Him. I would also like to thank the Catholic Church. The church has been an inspiration and support. In fact, there were times that the bishops will all call me and advise the way forward. I'm very grateful to you, my Lord bishops. I would like to thank His Excellency, the former President, John Dramani Mahama, who appointed me as the Auditor General of Ghana. I thank him for the opportunity to serve my motherland. I also like to thank His Excellency, the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for working with me. In fact, in 2016, when I was appointed and I was confused as to whether I would accept or reject, a call came through from Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. And after greeting me, he said, hold on for the president-elect. So Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo encouraged me and said, go and take the job. That's why I am very grateful to him. I am equally grateful to the board, the management, and staff of the audit service. Some of them are here. And I must say, I'm very grateful to you, and even to the whole public service. I must say to the anti-corruption CSOs or institutions fighting corruption, I am very grateful. If you fight corruption alone, you will not last. Corruption is one dangerous enemy you can't fight alone. And you can't fight quietly. If you fight corruption quietly, you will be finished in a minute. So they have been with me together with the press. In fact, the press, I'm very grateful to you. You have been a big support to me in all that has happened over the years. Lastly, family and friends, I would like to say a big thank you. At times, when the going becomes very tough, friends and family will call and they are shaking. And I say, fear not, the Lord is with us. It shall be well. And it is always well. So I would like to thank you. I don't have anything to say more than to say thank you, because this is a Thanksgiving service. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he
No,
did.
but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
What started in 2018 as a tussle between the now former Auditor General, Mr. Daniel Yaw-Domlevo, and the Audit Service Board Chair has finally come to an end, with the President directing the Auditor General to proceed on retirement. And it looks like Mr. Yaw-Domlevo may have considered by announcing that he is today, March 10, 2021, organizing a Thanksgiving service. But before then, the CSOs against corruption in Ghana are making a statement on the President directive, which they have described as unconstitutional and targeted.
Letter issued by the Office of the President purporting to retire the Auditor General, Mr. Daniel Domlevo. The letter was issued barely a day after Mr. Domlevo's return to his post, after he had been unconstitutionally compelled by the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to undertake a purported accumulated leave of 169 days. We aim to set out in detail the facts and circumstances surrounding the Auditor General forced retirement. These facts and circumstances, in our view, give credence to our belief that Mr. Domlevo was unfairly targeted merely for pursuing his constitutional mandate. Really, Mr. Domlevo's exemplary work has not gone unnoticed. The World Bank, in its 2020 global report titled Enhancing Government Effectiveness and Transparency, the Fight Against Corruption, pages 308 to 310, singled out Ghana's Auditor General for praise for the positive impact of his work on public accountability efforts in Ghana. It is no surprise, therefore, that in 2019, Auditor General Domlevo received the award for Integrity Personality of the Year at the Maiden Ghana Integrity Awards, organized by the Ghana Integrity Initiative, the local chapter of Transparency International. Generally, we acknowledge Mr. Domlevo's sense of purpose determination, discipline, and exceptional sense of duty. The coalition believes that the manner in which the questions regarding Mr. Domlovo's date of birth, which formed the recent basis for the President's letter, were not handled in accordance with the constitutional directive in Article 23, that administrative actions should be handled fairly, reasonably, and in compliance with the due process of law. The coordinated actions of the Office of the President and the Audit Service Board Chair on this matter further confirms our belief that Mr. Domlovo has been unfairly targeted. But to fully appreciate the matter at hand, we wish to take the opportunity to set out in detail the facts and circumstances which led to the forced retirement of the Auditor General. The chronology of events. First, Auditor General Domlovo's petition to President Akufo-Addo. So on or about July 27, 2018, the Auditor General petitioned President Akufo-Addo over the claims that the chairman of the Audit Service Board, Professor D. Adjuman, was undermining his authority and or interfering with the work contrary to law. Amongst the claims Mr. Domlovo made against the chairman in his petition to the President were 1, procurement manipulations, interference with audit processes, and 3rd, unlawful circulation of audit findings. With respect to the alleged procurement manipulations, Auditor General Domlovo indicated in his petition to the President that the board chair had instructed Mr. Johnson Ekuamwa Esiedu, a Deputy Auditor General, and Mr. Beneza Agro-Masa, a procurement officer, to replace some firms which have been awarded contracts with firms of the chairman's choice. This was done without the knowledge or consent of neither the Auditor General nor the Public Procurement Authority. This was according to Mr. Domlovo. Enter into the fray the former senior minister and then Kroll Associates. So in that same year, the Office of the Auditor General, in its report of December 2018 on ministries, departments, and agencies, indicated that during a review of the contract with Kroll Associates, we noted that there was no evidence of work done. The Finance Ministry in 2000 paid $1 million to the company. Auditor General Domlovo therefore surcharged the former senior minister, Mr. Yao Mafo, and 4 other officials of the Finance Ministry over the payment of the $1 million to Kroll Associates for consultancy services. Then on December 20, 2019, Kroll Associates, the former minister, and the 4 officials appealed against the Auditor General's surcharge at the High Court. Now, one of the key issues before the High Court was whether or not the services Kroll Associates contracted for had been rendered. At the High Court, the Kroll Associates contract documents were argued by counsel for the former senior minister to be a matter of national security and therefore had to be inspected privately rather than in open court by the Auditor General. The High Court Justice Efiasewa Asaribotre referred the matter to the Supreme Court pursuant to Article 135(1) of the 1992 Constitution, as the Supreme Court, by constitutional design, has the exclusive jurisdiction in the matters of national security. The Supreme Court ordered the former senior minister to make available the documents relating to Kroll Associates' contract for inspection by the Auditor General on July 1st, 2020. Interestingly, the Supreme Court did not make any determination on whether or not the documents were indeed a matter of national security. July 28, Auditor General, after having been on voluntary leave for 21 working days, went to his office to pick documents, but to his surprise, the locks to his office had been changed without notice to him. And then finally, on May 26, 2020, the High Court delivered its judgment in which it indicated that it was satisfied that there were grounds to set aside the findings and surcharge made by the former minister and 4 others. So without commenting on the correctness or lack thereof of the High Court decision, we are persuaded that any objective mind and well-meaning Ghanaian presented with these facts and circumstances will ask questions about the propriety of the President's actions. Let me deal with this small matter of inconsistencies in the date of birth of Auditor General Domlovo, and I've seen videos going around of Mr. Domlovo talking about people staying in office, after 60 years and so on. Part of the propaganda that has been being put around left and right. On March 3rd, a letter issued by the Office of the President constructively and without legal justification retired Mr. Domlovo as Auditor General on grounds that he had attained the age of retirement based on his alleged date of birth being June 1, 1960. Now, it is important to note that the Audit Service Board has no authority under the laws of Ghana to determine the accuracy of Mr. Domlovo's date of birth. In addition, given the series of confrontations and the Audit Service Board, particularly its chairman, Professor Diadman, had with Mr. Domlovo, it was only fair and consistent with the rules of natural justice for the matter to have been referred to the appropriate state agency or authority for its determination. I mean, think about it. In any of your institutions, if one day your employer calls you and says, you have 2 dates on your records, we want to be sure which one, because we need to be clear that one is authentic and one is wrong. And you say, no, this is my date of birth, and I have evidence, to prove it, to support it. And your HR says, no, we have decided that we are going to give you this date of birth, even though you are saying that this is your date of birth. Almost like it's a straight liability. As soon as you put your date of birth there, you can't take it back. It's ridiculous. And the danger about these things is that it sets precedents. And we have to be careful about these things. So the manner in which this was handled was, completely inappropriate. So based on the actions that have been taken, should the state believe that Mr. Domlovo was born on 1st June 1960 because the Audit Service Board chair has decided that this is the date that he prefers? Is that how dates of birth are determined in this country? The hurriedly orchestrated queries and decisions taken by the Audit Service Board, acting in concert with the Office of the President, and the President's unilateral decision to forcibly retire Mr. Domlovo on the same day he returned to post from an equally false accumulated leave, confirms our belief that Mr. Domlovo has been unfairly targeted. The coalition notes with regret that the Supreme Court is yet to determine 2 suits relating to the constitutionality of the Auditor General's false accumulated leave by the President, which was filed by Professor Kwaku Asare and 9 CSOs in July and October 2020, respectively. In part, this delay in hearing these time-sensitive cases have rendered some of the issues raised before the court moot and has allowed a grave breach of the Constitution to fester, at least in our estimation. So let me conclude. These 2 suits pending before the Supreme Court go beyond the Auditor General, Domlovo, and the President's action. The suits border on the broader issue of whether or not a president could exercise administrative authority over independent constitutional bodies. Therefore, it is important for the Supreme Court to deal with these suits expeditiously to prevent any such action by a future president. In the interest of promoting good governance, constitutionalism, and public accountability, we do call on the Supreme Court to deal with these suits as soon as practicable. We also urge the Auditor General to take action against the Audit Service and the Presidency for administrative injustice. This is a matter that should definitely go to Shraj, because I think the Auditor General, for the interest of posterity, his own integrity, it's a matter that has to be established as a matter of law. That it cannot be just some administrative choice to certify that he was born on the day that he says he was not born. So it's just an oddity, and the only way you can deal with that is to invite Shraj to intervene and allow him to present the documentation that he has made, to the board, which the board said it was inadmissible. So the board is now sitting as a judge, jury, and determining whether or not documentation, even formal documentation, is admissible by them or not. The antecedents of the Domlovo matter has left a sour taste in our mouths and led us to question the commitment of our leaders to accountable governance. It is a wake-up call to all well-meaning Ghanaians to be citizens and not spectators, to speak up and not stay silent when such manifestly unfair treatment is meted out to individuals who are trying to do their job, and to do so with integrity.
So for the CSOs against corruption, the President's directive asking the former Auditor General to proceed on retirements further dampens the nation's commitment to holding state institutions accountable. For GhanaWeb TV, I am George A.C.
You know, this music video, everything has changed. Even the way people see me and relate to me is different from as compared to, you know, when I started dancing. You know, people see me as like a star, you know. I get free food.
Working on the whole Beyonce production and then comparing it to what we do here in Ghana, what would you say is the
fastest shoot ever? I don't know what they want.
But this whole encounter, has it affected your pricing? Has your prices gone up? To what percentage?
10K and above.
Ooh. Wow. Lloyd, will you say you are the best dancer in Ghana?
A few days ago, there was a report that some teenagers who reside in Apam here in the central region and some environs went swimming at the beach, and about 20 of them drowned, according to reports. Now, after this happened, 12 of them, the bodies of 12 of them have been retrieved. Currently, we are at Apam here, where the leadership of the town are meeting with parents of some of the victims. We are going to speak to some of them to see exactly what they've been told so far and what the progress has been. Some of the women you see seated here in somber mood are family members of some of the victims, of some of the teenagers who drowned. Now, Auntie, Oba Oba no we did in Fiahin.
Where did you do so?
Do some 16. Abazina ete.
What did happen? Then question. You know, be face or veggies can as a man. Say you been here, you're trying your number. See a TB and all, be a way goose. And say, I the chin your ban. No, come. Nah, what fun way in a bay. Why in a cross with it? Yeah, when nobody need.
What for then?
What for me, queer?
And take one now, open over friend.
What for coffee? Coffee, I block.
Coffee, not what to done with you.
Oh, maybe no bad pan. Oh, bad. No, or bad on Bampanida. Could say you want to play one enemy. Then could say not the Bampan.
On Guardian in soup.
On grab. So that they could say you I don't kind of more bad. Or Bampan.
Na Oko School, Ujina, Abba class.
Or your farm train. Say, you're paying for us, so into what was so. See, you're trauma, what bad. Because what happened.
So that was Antigua the mother of one of the victims. His name is Kofi. He was one of those who perished. Let's speak to another person here. Auntie, aha, what's the area then?
Pocho, my brother never could come. My brother never. Pocho, o come over to me, but on way who come watch a much. Pocho,
I then at as I see.
Pocho, the man Sunday man say, it's Monday na Panama, rather than a minister called Chum Day. No way, my brother could never come. No, Mamma, no, you're watching, see about watching, and Chabian will away whom I wine by much or wine bishop.
Friend,
Major, but no broth within your body. Ebenezer Forson.
Also, a neighbor said,
no,
oh, you'll be not going to.
Oh, no, Lomban Pan. Until the Meta Sunday, no catch at my middle cobble ball. Cobble ball. I know crash or what pony bend. No, be you know, no catch a mad or a cobble ball. It's a boy, no moon. When I talk about 5 o'clock, I cannot say there, more from maybe a cook girl, a puma, no goose. Simple when you don't look out. Say China or you shouldn't be known. So, okay, then you should come.
But baby day is it?
Oh, Mamma, you flew up on my husband, and I said, if you be some pie there, you could be a hand, a piano, and so I transfer away you.
Easy or cherry?
Oh, yeah, Sunday, you be by 5 o'clock. And I did change him Monday bed at 10 o'clock and won't.
Abas na wo catch out the caused it. Obi huni na oka aja osi.
Mo keka bibi there. Who there mami kokobi epunum. All from one there one bla omogwal. Na bi mo keka. What's the woman kokobi no ye fe pa ojina punum all from one there omogwal. The mama for be work kan.
Let's say with 14 years.
14 years.
What
friend is John Atta. But if you in Joanna, what the friend. But I'm okay until one and channel had it. Or now, on no consume my brewer. To be an in or there or one now. Oko school by Jawabo soon. Until that Sunday, no, I'm mamma so. Why you many be that Sunday na penyin ze kakaba na bade am the way baby one pan na wa hwe na opedo okompan ho bi nti mama abrewa na ma on nti abrewa no so o sanitize na o ma no tudu no you to no feed there bia no oro bobo wara nti wa hwe be 8 omba na ote dam issue na wo do obo no hu pru obo no pru a wo ba mpana na wo ka de sane wo hun de orugwaru po ni bi wohun do rugwaru puni bina wakara one mesna also one commerba on there you hun the sign senya da minu panka enyim the sign o kan dam enko so now besin there you hun na besin there ya commercial na you hun ifun ne da obebre but you hun on kan hu bi sindi de nyina ha yetina ha mo bo 6
na impanyifuna wakacha won
impanyifuna ya ba na wase da yentwen na wobeye bibia but up to the one year hwe obia nto anamo obia mfa hwe ho de bia obi mu fa hema nto pono do na wankɔhwe de bia obohu imofama ni bia na de one year hwe ya inde de de na mo wakan wope machine so wo mo machine na nka we na onsi but we are not talking about machine, we are talking about people's life. Mazu noti. Into our dem payinfo no what hwe na ye man is a more kodo ha na onya akondo nda bo from bogra pa ohun nda de me a ohun atiti nyina poto teacher mba 14 years so orukọ class form 1 or so wa hwe na nkwa up to na men hunu panka ye hunu mpo.
You don't know if he's dead or not.
Yes, whether he's dead or he's alive, we don't know. Oh my, nti yesre one hwe na one ka bibi man na Mama can be my brain pool. Muna, come in with the soul, Sabi, maybe any way. No, me off my acquire, some messier, some man, I don't know, on original model. This young so what Punumo, so what he know, only bessin there from Sunday up Sunday. I mean, there's a new pattern, 3 days now. I born to order before. Let's see, yeah, this is under Kawaii. 4 days, new Saturday.
Have you been told about exactly what happened? I mean,
according to the issue, as a man who can you there, no was what by a Sunday special. The organizing about Sunday special. Organizing
when the Sunday special, what do they do?
They have been doing it every month or so. So into what you know, baby, groups no way group one. But that very day on Sunday, they went there. Yeah, they went to different place. Into Mazan Banyan, or Honos won't go. Or one the way the man there and paying for no hand wash one. Them won't work in soon. But them the more from my wardrobe. Once one in our more from a penny behind you. My former wardrobe, into the one in our ship to that place. Now, there's an Osoka band.
So, a man will come home, paying for me come home while I country. Or from Quina. Ne, lawyer Damon, baby son, ne, what I'm and then what album. Let your domino or dorsal. So, I should be our still. Ibium. Ne that Jomafo. Wabaha was what she woman. The Manquadi Apofine or Yard of Papa Podi, Snap or the Bompiana say, a beef you try the bala. No other man do. No affluent walk. The now going to boy in a honor or day me cabe fin. And that is she and war a pump here carnation. Na according to Nakasi all canoe, none and Samala Diminjin will be. In Timla Yabi San and Nossi. No well war, Yabusum pain anymore, and up anymore. Into Wogwellano, Eula Bossa and Gas and so well soon in Sa and Diawayano on yet. Bona said will be a from Obinachi. No be a from name, no lad bear. Wogla was easy, one warm on me. The empire in the free up of Manfrey, why catch all that? Several on Mampina may have to say about Bentama, one from Hoopy. Tell me, I would do, who are pump up of Manfrey, a day be I would do. Let the Melgrano, Mongwell, won't you make a crack? Nayabanuqua, Yena him le, Odu, Yeda Fimpone, ye, Beecher, Yena, you could believe. To them, you have been up and on Mampina, me at us, Yamba by him. A day could see the piano apple on an apple for him, announced. Now, according to boy now, on no Yoko Grime or Jamie Cabano, not so many there. Na sister be Ulugualapo. We now way in Paba 50 will Gualapo, ha, sister be sweet, canoe no other one who so look it's fine. So be jin ho man boys no kala hwe sister bi no rugura won ti yanko ne yanko chu no wo fi ha o je mi ka wo ko fu sister no na guest no so wo je mi ka wo kure na chele wo ina wo jago ti don hwere na la na sache ba ma sister yo wo hu no ye dom ni bi onye woko na boy no o swag no je mi ka o ugbu an be fe wo bi sa na ba no le dom ayi wo rugura no wo na che itete me na ele nya ya bakande bia oya spirit bia ma me wata na oya da maze nya mpanyifunu ya adwe because BS na easy oya wonderful you won't be that.
Last time BBC has seen about the person no see.
Okay, last no BBC no on work crop ntimla wato bana we enam no gu yemenmen na che wotwotwo na yimpa kol otunsum ofane bola ambo still ye hu na ansi sara onye busume bi mpo ya hye ne da ye be na yi na dam isu aba nso taasi o se ye dwunu a ye den ye ntaasi na yi do no ye wonderful kama yimpa kura na nche bi mpo nko yimpa ba 18 na na ele 20 tina ye dwunu a ye ntaasi nta according to boy na la ologba amande ne inye mpanyefunu ya twe ya adwigele no no ebe sister na obegya won oye mami wata oye spita wa abotwo onwo ko na asam no so kana ankani ya nhwe nya ekanya amande maladi mi wona boy ol kama me ka cha won de aya o kan asam cha mamonti because mo ye school boys inya se bi o yanko school bi ya falafo ti ya mpa na ye hu asem mi na ye ka cha ma ya mai mu aye munti ememi the film nta asam na aba no say sa achi apama achi yedo to wole ye nyina ye tan wona yesesene ye bondewul wo fan ye mpa na oye mo frama na according to mo frama na wo gwalapon opanyina lempo ikogura apa wa man bebla ansa na won sa kan na kanta ma afraba nta asam yi masa timinyi mama.
It's a pretty long walk from the Apam Township to the seashore. Now, this is the area where the unfortunate incident occurred on March 7. About 20 teenagers came here to have fun and essentially swim. Now, according to reports, they have been reported missing, but 12 of them have been retrieved from the sea because they drowned. We have with us one of the lifeguards, for want of a better word. He was here when the incident happened, and then he helped rescue some of the teenagers who were drowning. We'll be going to him shortly for him to narrate exactly what happened on the day. Call. Pasha Brana didn't come on. Inti na rekade ahana net na. Inti what did you see from me now? Oh, and then I had it now. You come and swim and do the then special Sunday special. Sunday special. But it's quite far from the township. And then one bahadi.
What's in there? I don't think I'm looking. You need to go the other side one. But I there. Ubumuti, I offer Bumwa. Now, you know, I pass for secondary school. One at Waba, one bar, Wabam. Tidamano, as a one watch one, I also had to on ye, fine. And a granny on your day. So they had a cruise to me and clear. One would fear now one blow. And so they join one arm. Germany, I boom quick. Job and see a few women every Sunday by about our money at a go. Young coy, you just want to call our money at a baby go.
Hefana, there, not microphone. What will go?
Ah, that's the West was are going to assume that something other made instrument a mission. You may bear few ordinary measure. Unam go was in no. It's the me may few order. Now, Massa maternity namula. The bill will go far at you cry, or quit you crying. No, the bill will go away. Like Menchaki, I got one away there. What bar, I know be there. Where's the idea? You go away. To one number from bed on down way for an child. Bono had on sea. Timbercassi, not down way there. I should make a chair there. You go for good one, or with you. The young wash one everywhere. Why one black? Nay, I drink there, yeah. You soon on one quite there, or the name baby. Why no word there, Google. See, if I had the way it are going. I'm away. I'm waiting this going. That the board. I'm Papa Yabon Musu. You wanna yet, na yet soon maybe. I'm a fafan, and so far there. Carry the question one away from soon. Waba. See, you go, oh, you go, I could be a you do any one check. Only I had it, Yable. Now we be clear. It's a there's a band and rule. Okay, fine. What's in a young court? Yeah, once I have been swimming the ordinary Yako. I want to know. I don't know if you feel Yakan. Nisu say, Big Wa, of an Aban. aban ko bisa yan pen fo baka cha aban adu ono nsu no ochin ti de meyin ka de ma na se anyim nsu no gwala ono ye den ala bo nti ya kwan yenwule kase bia be de yenyim oluchim nti woyin bo kala ka yamfa no so na maso no yes no sumu wa ba nsu onye ba be de abotom timbo yamfa nti ya fa asimbo a ono nsu no be de onye ba fon nti be kan so ankasa na ya fa asi ti ya fa asa na ya kure ti ya kure o ya kwa sira ye yanto yemi nti ya kwa ni abekuti yan ya to aban ye de ye gui no de ya ko je ko no first person hu no yi na ofasi na ofasi na sa ba no so hu no gbo ni zira wo fa ofa ma ablajima no le yo de ko so nu to so nu e wa abre so wo so wa de wa abre so wonu won ya wo de ko so ari na wo san wo de wo pui na yi kale wa abre ti de ma minje na fi de me manam so boss po ma de ma abre so ma be ya inya ye de e no mla to yo so na sakon na musu so na sakon na na ba na ya boys tu so so ka chi odumu wa de won ba nti ya ban yewule boy ko on wa akechi pa yewule be ba azige e yo de sudi e ya de sudi e won no oda unwo de chi pa na maka che we de chi saro afi be de ontumo ye de onko ko ona wa ble na the center boy so wa ble so we ya obi du golo suna no wo ogete tabo so onye kan ka je tabo na fi afon kono de on ka fa ti maka so mebe de wankasa na le hujja so boy ni mamam no de obela to fa tabo no ko ka fa boy ba want to know way too oba ku kan ba the time you do one no ba no wa de wa do no ko me ni ko ti no le o man do so man do no le olo yin bela de la so ba so fa mo so e olo bo nto tumo ye de omba nto oguo no ni so so bo na o yin ko woman bebe mu otu nechi what so ra no yin ko e obi na mo no wa ko to woman no nsu no bo na ko to na oba so na o de ya so ko rush wo e bi san de ni pa ko na boy na ba kire ni pa no yin za prepare awon so yin nsu no egwa na nti so wu sa o de on save on no le on za prepare no de oje ni mu no hu bi an provide wa do we hu ni bi nti no ma de ma ye na yamle ti o ye da na no bu yen hu yen ya adwe ye fi nsu no ya kofi o nti ye ba ya edu be ba di o de bicycle na mi the bicycle o pe pon aye ti akwa ye tile obumu ne de wo kabi fan ye yellow the unam water Taiwan do one she do one na ye tile obumu ne kabi fan ye no is jim ke bakre yakọ school man wa boy enemy test ye gbe this speed gidi by the time you do one na you patu akama gene do nsu mo here won ye ne baso no le ye ko so nu ye ne tu ye kon ye nsu nu ye du nsu na ko nu to an wa ye du nti e mi ne tu mo kon wa mu gwan mabla no wa abaji so gwan so bla na yuso abaji so gwan abla na yuso abaji ti da ma ye na ma nti ye du kwa mi na mi style ma bla so mu tu me de ko mi ti metino no one mo kan ti ye bolo kan wa mo ye gan du hospital wo mo nti so far no me kakra motum ma kan
in total nipa hin na when you been was saving
nipa hin na saving so far no why 6 na saving 5 so one na you to me saving me ano that day no women you women cry but say say you do one na say oyaza on kashin so ada kam show le bia kan yes so yes bakan na ba ya tama you do one and so I there agashin so ada no so we win so far you cry na 5 na saving one na 6 motor 6 na ye win
then I didn't see it's me day how was everything for you
since I didn't see you let me the mina you I don't know boom timete wana I didn't bet the mirror no bet timtima na sura kam present as me yalo so bon na my there I basa mu ni me bu my basa e ma apun ne de ndom kon metro kom no so dan ye de ndom kon na bi so meda so a ana jinjeme na ma mutum ye de manda nti musumo tu makan
Mercy, it seems save over faster. Says I know to them.
oh Sunday na adini si na ma nemu se bibi no be hye mu no tumo ya me tumo ya save mama wo tumo wa ku echi na wa ba no de realize ma ma fasen de mo mori an kan ko mihim de onugal na ya so no kan ya de wo gwalu wechi na puna ehom de we na ba wo gwalu wa no tum aka wa ha a wo tum wo jino siaso da eya na efu ya ya tu edi da agure bobo ya bo we nti etumpo ye phone ya tum ye video bi a ye get ya we echi ye tum ya nkafani o phone no tum ye video we kepe wo na wo free o phone ya tum ye video ye da agure wo so wo za agure nti ye bo ye nto to bi an wase obi mo no ko nti ye share na chere wo mo we wu ya sisi a wo aba asem ya wo mo chiri na wo mpode so far wo kodada nti wo mo ke chi na wo kwan ono wo bo ya menda ya fast mbred na obo am ko yetum ye kese bi wo ya to girl ku no o ka me no hospital ono mudu na ozi boy na mka fan la asa wan ozi na atentim bi se mudu na no man se bi se boy nde girl no wa no le girl no na atenim do mka je boy nde o mbe de tab on ne mblaso no mka mi se na ka ra wi wati jodu na mi se na me le girl no le girl no na atenim ono go ne nika mu do am do about 3 minutes 5 minutes going there no pay side ni wa kona ayi ni o ka pin oba sa so aren we pray so hu na otumi na abe ya hom na efu na nsu na efu otumi na akọ hospital otumi we save wo no ntumi o na on pay na mka cha boy na ntumi on pay o ma se na na ya mblas ya ba mu du hada man ni gwa na me ye na badam mfeman me sima no gban musu ma able afan so da tabu na emzenyim the tabu na ma bre muntu me ne mba baya ne odogo se tabu odo onno no nti emze ahom keke wo mo ne wa de nsu ma chi nti odo me save no me ya mo da tabu na me de nsu no mu na me ja mo mo ze man frema na frema na ogboma imo ko sofa wo echi wa be kuma mo sai ya me nchaade mo duo so ana mu na mo wo jiro oba obosu ye mo ye gogo so obi se na me se galen mo duo na ma ne sali me hu ne bi ma ne sali me hu ne bi mba mo ba me nenti akoye du brothers wa won get to fumna na waka cha ne gan no we pe na me la hwe asema maka mo fra na we pe mo kofi boy ayo ta mo je suru mo yan no ko ka faka yan ko wala yan ko hospital yan ko edu ko wase won kano won yan dem ai de saving ti baye de baye aza obotum wa gbapiro to am mo tuma ko tu wa kala won pere nem pere meje ntina na ha makana mo twe se wala wan kan se makana mo twe nti ga na mboja no benti mo be fin meti de wewu na ma ko tu de bia na mboja bi boku mu amozo abubakar bi aminezi mboja fa na de yi binti musumo wonti mmar wansi mpomentu ma ne benti na musuo na ma mi sister mo wakle oya sho no him de ije na ide minti ntu ma ju di mukwa ana bat mukwa tezbe wachi me ko na ma fa sun na no from wasi na papa mo ba abo sho ba waka kwa be no him de eno him de mukwa boat watama to him da mukwa ntole minyo nto mo na ne papa mo bere obo sho na mesa mo na afana po ma mkale mi mogwa na nchi adi mesi mo ye na ya won ni na ye so de ma Sunday especially ye gwela mu bida de titi sara semesi mpenfo obi oboso mi awole Facebook gwala wa titi sa wa ba Vincent eyi na azuwa amu ye ba ya Vincent owo nu gwala obi so wo zagun ya kwa ebotum ya wo ya wona nsu obotum ya wo amu yengo Sunday specimen penfun obi amba o maka o mo so yin poda
and then what about had the worry Sunday special Meanwhile, my parents are there, Mobianco beach, Mobianco, where
as a morning Sundays or a weekend. Every weekend is a me and age weekend, me and doing black, when you doing tea. All the Sunday, a year, a play book by beach. I'm with this, I want time on beach until the Sunday. I found the Sunday special too. Yeah, you got a DJ, but I know you got one. So funny you go buy into woman for a pass for school for no benty. Now, Pam Junction 20. Then two, you got one of those who go obey you too. The bit one year, but boom, near you go by the mass of the moon, they beer, basically at once. We'll go one will know, or two with your own pa, or come on, or two with your poor Nancy wear and wabasso. At once now you bring to be on a wing now, baby, will go. Tempo, a moko watch it. Tempo, me imagine what can me imagine beyond Wangason was there and woods out with. What do you want to bones, what do you want soon? But clear, I dare. Number premier, Abbasol, I know ye, so quiet, so cream. They could say, you all bones in the ma. Tempo, your child, Bamacano, a moko could say the other muka bears as I'm Abbasol. They do an umbrella mafas on club of our family, could be a bad. All over going to be honest, my uncle. That's why boy I'm a chemical furniture.
What person we did in China?
But 12 years or 13 years. It is why boy I'm a furniture, Moko and hearing Harmon. I didn't know I the match. I know quite a chilly winner. But one walk of a fan last hour. It's in the hand. No, of him hand, no, so I whites. No, so I actually. Ntimuko mudu am pushi table no medima me calendar ba oyazi medima na no that no me on the do no say wa ble ntimo be na no be ya never force no da me table na medima na me densum na mu so table mu twin na ma me no ko ntimpen fo wa kle wa ba having sense wo bezu wo tu obe wa ba amo obi anwa oba ba having sense oba obe ya da ma ya be ye beji yen na ye begu yin da ma zi obe de obe happen.
Then.
I mean, Corby and Dom from Fizito.
Yeah, so we have been speaking to two of the lifeguards who helped rescue some of the survivors of the March 7 incident here at the Apam Beach. My name is Lord Harris Idwasari, reporting for GhanaWeb.
My pennies are saying, Yama Ebusiana and money every mono. Yama will be 1,000 Ghana cedi. Now one fanto adaka. If I see a mofrano. Eti Nina Kabomwa. I had 36,120 Ghana cedi. Ya yede ba be so masimo na yetumi apɛ enkwale krabia na o ma penisa me ka kire mo se ye wi a ne kra na ebesi ekire no mo ma na sonte esan se onemo e na ahirade ontumi nja ni na atom so ne be ka ekire bia mo ma ya sonte
Overall Casa and I West.
Na me de amambo frambe omo soso di bi be kwa akoda nyame ase na omo to bi omo di bi atonkosia ama omo kra because omo dey omo kra ni omo hu no omo gina yi because omo nua no omo ni omo ko ye ni na se se ahwehwe omo aye hu omo ti so omo gina ha na omo kra ni omo hu enyire yie eti amama bi a wo se ye fa omo so ho no I was saying, no, so ye day, ye so are ye didn't see a menyame, ya told to share more the account mano, Momo crack, as sign at the field. They are more ye miss them when you give me my name. For say we want to separate the dead from the living. Sana me was we with your free. nyame adom we mu ti ase nti wo say me to like many aji am man ni abusua ni na nti many nsam say me yes ade na o fa nchem
Yes, Ampa.
yes I was saying sorry Godfrey pride see Godfrey papa send me a big yes, yes, Simon does. Simon man.
Hello there. I trust we are all doing well and trying to keep safe amidst this entire coronavirus pandemic. But whilst we are at that, we must eat, right? Man must survive. So today we are talking food and we are looking specifically at pot gardening. I'm not talking about flowers in pots or ornamental plants in pots. We are looking at organic food crops in pots. Tumeric, cauliflower, cabbage, beetroot, you name them. But we have a very hardworking woman who is doing this right from her backyard garden. She calls it the Dreams Garden, and her story caught our attention, so we decided to put the spotlight on her and share her story with the rest of the world. Let's go meet our guest.
Hi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
How do you do?
I'm good. You?
I'm very well. So our guest is Deborah Ofosua Boating, and she's an events planner as well as, should I say gardener or a farmer?
Gardener.
Right. Nice to meet you.
Same.
Okay. So pot gardening, how does this whole thing work?
Okay. So the difference between pot gardening is we use pot while the others have landscape or land they use. So basically it's pot. When we say pot, it depends on what pot you use. I use the clay pots basically because it doesn't absorb a lot of heat. Air moves freely in it, so the plant feels like it's actually in the soil. So I use basically pots to plant all the vegetables that I use.
Why pots though?
Okay, so pots because I don't have land.
Okay.
So
that's you trying to make the most of
what I have. Yes, the resources I have. Pots because I don't have land. Two, I realized that even if I had land, I won't be able to have all the plants I need in my little space. My space is small. But with the pots, we have all the nutrients in one space, yet we can have so many plants in a small area.
Nice. I love what you've done with this, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
So tell me about your garden. You call it Dreams Garden.
Yes.
Why the name Dreams Garden?
Okay, so the name because I think one time I was asleep and I had a dream of a plant like this, but just that it was carrot.
Okay.
So I kept thinking, how can I plant? How can I have plants when I don't have soil like I saw? I didn't see soil. So I started with plastics. I started with plastic buckets like what we have here, gallons. These are gallons that have been cut. So I started with gallons like this because the concept of pots looked very expensive to me. So I started with gallons. When I see people, I tell them, listen, when you buy your oil and you exhaust them, kindly give me your gallons. When you buy water, the bigger gallon, I think 250 something. When you buy it, please give me the gallons. Then I come, wash them nicely, and then
cut, and then
and then plant in them. Well, so the plants were doing well, especially cabbage, ginger. So
when did you have this dream?
That should be in 2012 thereabout. But I actually started it in 2015.
Okay.
Yes, the latter part of 2015, I started the gallons, and then plastics, old buckets.
You started with what plants?
I started with ginger. Ginger was the first crop I did. Then I introduced cabbage. When I introduced cabbage, it was difficult because I didn't know how to water and all that. So I went to the net, learned how to do or give them food and then water without suffocating or choking them. So the cabbage did well. Then I introduced contumely. So in the past 5 years, I have never bought cabbage, never bought ginger, never bought contumely. And then it's not like we always have to, it's just the same thing I am propagating.
Do you have any agric background?
No, aside what I did in JHS and
so you learned
secondary
this all on the internet?
Yes, please. I think years back, we had a little garden at home. So I got some of the things from there. I remember what we did in our homes. Yes, please. So
okay. And so what food stuff or what things do you have? What makes up your garden?
Okay. I have here now, there are two parts of the garden. There is the other side at the back house. This is the front. So I have over here, I have cabbage, I have mint, I have parsley, I have tomatoes, I have basil, I have contumely, I have squash, I have pepper, I have turmeric, I have holy basil, lettuce, spring onions, and then eggplants. I have thyme as well, and then yellow melons, ginger, cauliflower, garlic, peppermint. The peppermint, there are different types. Peppermint, we have the spearmint, we have the peppermint, and then we have the red mint. Then I have beetroot and then tea grass here.
Okay.
So all in all, I have 24 plants here
in your house.
Yes, please.
So you got this idea started in 2015.
Yes, please.
Where did you get the seeds, and how did you progress to pots and ties?
Okay.
I see some ties.
You see some ties. Okay, so I did the gallons to start with. Then I got my seeds from the agro shop at Ministry of Agric.
Okay.
So I was being careful what breed to get, but I knew that with them, because they are the licensed seed distributors, I knew that I was going to get the exact breed I wanted, and I wanted to do purely organic. So that's where I got the seed, and that's why I still get my seed till now.
Okay.
Then I started the pots. The pots came in. Like I said, I didn't know I could fund the pots because we know pots are expensive.
Yeah.
And I didn't want to use cement pots either. Okay. I wanted to do the real
used for the flowers.
Flowers,
okay.
Yes, please. People, yes. So I didn't want to use that because it was food. I can be sure of the clay, not too sure what cement will do to the food. Yes. So because over time, the plants stay there for a long time. Over time, the cement might be introduced to the food. So I met a lady, Esther, who comes from Tefle. When she got to me one time, I told her this is what I was doing, that I wanted pots, but I didn't know how to get it. Then she said in Tefle, they actually mold the pots. So all the pots you see here came from Tefle. Okay. What I did was that I think that we should not despise little beginnings. So I didn't buy, over here, I have 149 pots just here. That is only the clay pots, excluding the plastic ones. Wow. And then I have about 100 at the back house. You see, we have lost some.
That's over 200.
Yes. So all in all, we have over 250 clay pots, excluding the plastic ones. Okay. But I bought them in beads. I would organize myself, go buy like 20 pots, bring them there in here, and then the next transplant, instead of transplanting into plastic pots, I transplant them into the clay pots. So I bought them in 10s, then in 20s, and then in 30s, but never bought 40 at a time.
Okay, how much did it cost you? Because you were looking at the expense as well.
Yes, so I would say that a small pot is about 50 cedis.
Okay.
A small pot like we have here is about 50 cedis. And because I knew that I wasn't doing a decor, something for people to see and say, oh no, this pot is nice, but I was concentrating on the food. I didn't go for very expensive pots like we have here. I just use them to line up. So when you come in, they are nice, but the rest are the clay pots. So 40, from 40, you get some at 120, depending on the size and then the mood you want.
Okay. And is this for commercial purposes or is it just for your family?
Okay, so I started with the intention of just for my mother. I wanted to experiment. I wanted her to live long. So I wanted to experiment with my mother. That was just why I started. So
to give her healthy food.
Yes, to give her healthy food. To see if food really changes our body.
Okay.
Yes. So I remember that when we started, we were picking cabbage fresh. And the cabbage didn't feel like what we buy from outside. It was much fleshy. And then the other thing too is that they tasted slightly bitter. Not like what we take. So when you cook with it, it's fleshier. It's like it's more yield. The cabbage too were bigger. Yet we're not adding fertilizer. So I started with the intention of feeding just my home. But as it grew, you know, when you harvest and it's there, you can't say you want to keep it for the home and waste it. And because we are always planting, we always have some nest after the next harvest. So now we sell out.
So how do you get your soil fertilized?
I use purely organic stuff like cow dung and then chicken waste. Then I use fresh egg. Fresh egg neutralizes the gives nutrition to the soil, which the plant intends feed on. Then I use moringa leaves. I mash them, spray it on the plants. By the next one, you see the plant smiling. Then I use banana. Yes, when I buy banana and I have some wasted because I'm not able to use it immediately, I blend and then spray my crops with it. And all these things fertilize the plants.
How expensive is maintaining this garden?
It's not expensive at all. It's not, because I bought the pots once and then they stay till I mistakenly break them.
Okay.
Or the only time you lose it is when it's broken. Yes. The only thing you have to be changing is the soil and then the nutrients you add to the soil.
They are actually making more profits than loss.
At all. I don't think we make
any
losses at all, because until you break a pot, and hardly will you break 2 pots in a month. In a whole year, you might have broken only 3 pots, because I am careful. They mean a lot to me. I'm careful with them. So.
And what has been your biggest yield so far since you started?
The biggest yield I've harvested a lot of onions. I think in 2016, onion was a bumper harvest. Then cabbage is constant. Cabbage has been nice to me. Cabbage loves me. Then lettuce also loves me. I have a lot of mint here. So we have, depending on the season, in October, late October, we harvested so much tomatoes that aside selling and feeding, we did not have hands for. So it's been nice to me.
So we'll come back to that conversation.
Yes.
But we are speaking to Deborah Ofosu-Boateng. She is a unique farmer who's doing pot gardening, and she's been telling us her story. Let's take a quick break. We'll return and learn more, as well as tour this beautiful garden.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
Welcome back. Thank you for staying with us. We are at the residence of Deborah Ofusua-Boateng here at Techi Nungwa, and we are speaking to her about pot gardening and everything it entails. So, doesn't this limit you, as in how many plants can a pot take at a time? Doesn't it limit how much you can yield or produce?
Okay, thank you. It doesn't limit me at all, because if this space I have there, I have here, was land, I believe that it wouldn't take up to 30 plants.
Okay.
Yes, because you need to leave space in between the plants so that they can express themselves. They don't fight over nutrition, they don't fight over oxygen, they don't fight they don't struggle with each other. When they touch on each other, it limits their growth aside fighting over nutrition.
Okay.
So you can see that just over here I have, aside the pot, the ceramic pots or the clay pots, I have plastic ones. So just here I have about 220 plants.
Okay.
Just in this space. If it were a land, I would just have had about 25 plants. That is if I want good yield.
So this is actually more advantageous,
yes,
compared to planting on land.
Yes, please, because the nutrients too is concentrated at one place.
Okay.
So the plant gets all the nutrients it needs
in one place.
And I don't lose the nutrients either. With land, when it rains, and then the rain actually collects or sweeps away the nutrients. This one is preserved for me, so I don't lose. And then the plants actually bear more fruits. Yes, because in one plant you should only keep, in one pot you should only keep one plant if you want good yield.
Okay.
Same way on land, you just plant one crop at one place and leave about 5 feet.
Okay.
So they don't struggle.
But you don't need to keep that 5 feet here.
No, not at all. Yes,
they are in the pots.
Yes,
beautiful. Do people buy from you?
Yes, please. A lot of people buy. People who are conscious of their health and what they put in buy from us.
Because they know it's organic?
It's purely organic, yes, please.
I see. Okay. And do you have challenges with pests or diseases since you started in 2015?
Yes, please. Their crops are just like us. They are like human beings. So once in a while they show symptoms of not feeling well. What we do is that one of the pests I have had issues with is white flea. Yet there are chemicals that are given to us from from Ministry of Agric. We have people coming here to check on the plants. So when they see there is an issue, they prescribe a drug for you for that particular issue, which takes care of it in less than 24 hours. So you don't lose your yield.
Okay, and when you say people buy, are you talking about individuals or supermarkets? Or
no, individuals for now.
Okay.
Individuals for now. I advertise through social media and stuff like that. So individuals buy from us. We have not gotten to the scale of a supermarket. We can't keep up with the supply.
And do you have any external experts coming to help you? Maybe extension officers?
Yes. I have extension officers allocated for my garden who come on inspection at least once a week, sometimes twice a week.
And what are some of the things they look out for when they come here?
Yes, so they keep teaching me. Then they look at the new things I'm also inventing.
Okay.
They're looking at how I propagate. So when they come in, at first I didn't know I had to keep just one plant in a pot. So because I was looking at getting more yield, I was doing 2 in a pot. Okay. They said no, they insisted on one in a pot. And I realized that the product I was getting became bigger and nicer. Yes, so they educate us.
And are you being recognized by anybody? Is your work going beyond your home? Is anyone else seeing you?
Yes, I think that last year, last year I was awarded Best Gardener for the whole of Crow. I believe it's not because of size. Garden is the space and what you are able to do with the space. And then I'm the only pot gardener here too, and I'm doing it well. So I was recognized. I'll show you my certificate when we're done.
That's nice. Congratulations.
Yes, thank you.
You're doing a good job, and we are happy people are recognizing it.
Yes,
but
please, thank you.
We want to just take a quick tour of your garden before we wrap up.
Yes, please. Thank
so
you. You're welcome.
Just take us through each plant and tell us something little about it. What do we have here, for instance?
Okay, so over here I have tomatoes. Then I have parsley.
Okay.
We have lettuce here. I think you can see the eggs. Yes. The egg is serving as the nutrition for it. I keep it far from the roots because egg holds it like starch.
Okay.
So if it's too close to the plant, it will kill the roots. Yes. This is my nursery actually. I nurse the crops here. Then,
before you move them into the bigger pots.
And over here there is a lot of shade, so the plant is not forced. The plant is not forced to die because too much heat would. So when I transplant, I keep them here too. There is shade here, but there is a little sunlight here to prepare it for the sun.
Okay.
Otherwise, when you just move it, the plant will go into shock.
So it moves from complete shade to a little bit of shade and sun, and then finally the sun.
Yes, yes, please. Okay. So I have cabbages that are ready, that is due in just 2 weeks. Yes. In fact, you don't have to wait for your cabbage to bulb. We sell in the pots as well. We sell the plants with the pots as well. So if you pick a plant like the cabbage and you buy 2 pots from us, we'll show you how to use them, because you don't have to cut the whole crop if you don't need the whole crop.
As in people buy the entire pot with the plant.
Yes, please.
I see.
Yes, please. Like this is an example of it. A plant like this is lettuce. You can see that this lettuce has grown longer than what you see. Now, if I have to fix salad this morning for you, all I need is to pick some lettuce from here. Just what I need. You don't have to pick from the top. You pick from beneath it. Just enough for the salad, so you don't have to keep the salad in the fridge till another time. So this is good enough for breakfast.
So this is you plucking it off the entire stem?
Yes.
But it doesn't spoil anything?
No. In 3 days, I can pick what I have here. So this, just 2 pots is enough for like 2 months. So that is the advantage of the pot gardening and what I do. If you buy it with a pot, I show you how to handle them. Because when you buy lettuce like this, probably this plant will be like 5 cedis or 10 cedis in the market. Yes. And the organic, the organic is more expensive because of what it takes. Yes. So when you buy it this way, what happens is that I will show you how to handle the plants. You don't have to introduce any nutrients when the plant is grown. It just survives by itself. With cabbage too, yes. When you harvest, the first harvest, you don't uproot the whole thing. You just cut the head, and then the next time it's fruiting, you have like 3 or 4 heads.
From that one stem?
Yes.
I see.
Yes.
I see.
Okay.
So we have cabbage, we have
cauliflower, we have aubergine, we have mint, we have contomere here, a lot of contomere. We harvested contomere the day before yesterday.
Okay.
Yes. And then this is what we have again. And contomere, all you have to do is...
A day before yesterday?
Yes. A day before yesterday, I combined contomere, spinach, and then aubergine for my sauce with yam. And it's good. It's good because I gave somebody who has BP some on Wednesday and said, you know what, Thursday, which was yesterday, please check your BP, let me know. And the person gave me back a report that the BP was 11975. When the previous day it was 14280. Yes, that day the person ate a combination of contomere, spinach, and aubergine. I can't prescribe for what I don't know. I can only speak for what I do. No, what I do, because I know that is the real organic thing you are doing. Because so if you probably take from somewhere else and then
it might not produce the same results.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, please.
Okay.
This is spinach. Very high in iron, potassium, and all that. So this can be used in place.
It's a creeping plant.
Yes, it is. It can be used in place of contomer. If you don't have contomer, you can use the spinach. Okay. You can combine it. You can use it for your juices. You can use it for soup, the ebunu, and then all that. Now we are trying something different. I mistakenly nipped the wrong.
Okay.
So now it's not in soil.
Yeah, it's in plastic.
It's in plastic.
With water.
Just water.
And it's growing.
And that is it.
Wow.
Yes.
So it means you don't just stick to what you know. You keep
I keep exploring. I keep doing new things because I can't be buying seed after seed after seed. That's a lot of cost. This is spring onion.
Okay.
So if I have to sell it, then I have to extract.
Okay.
But if
it's for home use.
If it's for home use, I nip. If I sell to you, I let you know how to nip it, what length to nip, and then you always have fresh.
So it grows from the
yes, please. It goes. It keeps, and this is garlic I have just nest.
Oh, okay.
In 2 weeks, I will be harvesting spring garlic. So I'll use it like the spring onions, and then others will be left to boil. This is the turmeric plant. Most people mistake it for ginger, so I'll put some. So see.
Oh.
So this is the turmeric you buy. The smell is nice. This is good for us during this time of COVID because straight to start with, it takes away congestion. Okay. As soon as, even when you have catarrh and you take it, in less than 30 minutes, you blend or use it as tea, either juice or tea. As in less than 15 minutes, it clears the congestion, stops headache, controls your BP and all that. And this is our beautiful turmeric. Yes.
It looks like ginger, just
yes, and it's orange and beautiful. Yeah. Yes, so this is turmeric. We just I nursed carrot 3 days ago. Okay. In a week's time, you see the shoots. Okay. So I have ginger also here. So I haven't bought ginger in more than 5 years.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay, actually, you started with ginger, so yeah.
So this is beautiful ginger for you. The taste is different.
How different?
It's stronger in smell and in taste. Very different from what we have on the market.
It's very fresh.
Yes, please. You will taste some very shortly. Then this is from the family of basils. But this is the ordinary akukomesa our mothers use in cooking our live soup and chicken meals. So once they are doing live soup with chicken, they introduce it. But what we don't know is that it has a lot of health benefits like controlling your BP, drops your sugar.
I can smell it even
through your nose mask. Yes, same here. So this is the basil, the akukomesa. That's what we usually call it. In fact, if you have even mouth odor, and then you just put it in water for a while, and then you gargle, it just has a way of calming that strong odor. We just harvested pepper 3 days ago, but we still have some here. This variety is the small one. Then we have the big sun pepper, and then our cabbage is bobbing. You see how fresh our cabbage looks, and then how big.
Very
yes.
So if I'm buying this cabbage, for instance, when it's mature,
yes,
and I'm buying it with the pods.
Okay, so if you buy just the flesh, we'll weigh it. Usually it's about 5 cedis, 10 cedis, between 5 cedis and 10 cedis. But if you are buying with the pots, usually these are the pots we sell. So this is lettuce.
Okay.
This lettuce cannot go bad unless of course you expose it to goats and other things. With other ones.
Today in the chamber, but I'll be marked absent. Thank you.
Table office. The honorable member for Odotobiri, who was present yesterday, take note. Page 9. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, on page 8, item number 31, Yusuf Mustafa Yagbakbor. I was present here yesterday, but is captured absent.
Yes, table office, take note.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Page 8, number 1. Yesterday I was in the chamber throughout and I signed the attendance sheet. Thank you.
Again, table office to take note. And these are item 4, numbers 116 to 1. Now page 9.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, page 8, item 21. I was present yesterday, but I've been marked absent. And then again, item 12. Honorable Dakumbensa Kabra Ochi. He was also present, he's been marked absent. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Table office, kindly take note. We can now move to page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Yes, honorable member.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On page 12, Roman numeral 8, the Minister Designate for Central Region, Justina Marigold Hassan, obviously a female, couldn't have been addressed as Mr. So the Mr. should read Mrs. Thank you.
Yes, table office, page 12, Roman number 8. That's an honorable lady, not an honorable gentleman. Yes, honorable member.
Hello. Right, Honorable Speaker. I thought to my honorable colleague, since he was at page 12, will draw attention to Roman numeral XIII, the designate for Northeast region. The name should be Mr. Yidana Zakaria, not the rendition captured here. This appears to be Zakiria, but it's Zakaria. The official communication from His Excellency the President confirms that. I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. Table office, take note. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 13. My academic title, Doctor, is omitted. Please. Thank you.
Table office, the honorable member insists that his title should be properly captured. Doctor. That being the case, you have to properly capture all. And so it will not only be doctors, the misters and the masters and the professors, the allergies, the majors, and the nanas and the niece. You have to capture them all. Page 17. Page 18.
Mr. Speaker, page 18, item 23. Zuera has been omitted. Honorable Larba Zuera Budu, the Zuera has been omitted there. Thank you.
Omitted which of the tables?
18, 23.
Page 18.
Continuation from page 17 to 18.
Yes,
number
please.
23. Thank you.
Number 23. Number 23 is Honorable Larba Abudi. Your case is that it should rather be Zuera.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. It's Abdul Larba Zuera. And then Honorable Larba Zuera has been omitted here.
Table office, capture her name properly. Honorable Hajia Larba Zuera Abudu. Am I correct? Yes. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Yes, Honorable Member.
On the page 22, the Special Budget Committee membership. If you look at 20, my name is there. It's double T. Utoje is double T, not one T.
Honorable Member, you are saying the spelling of the name Hotoji is double T.
Yeah,
it's not one T.
Yes.
But the DZE is okay.
It's okay.
And so how is it pronounced?
Utoje. But the T is double.
Hotoje. But initially you said Hotoji.
The name is...
I know Hotoji is not spelled with DZE. Hotoje.
Hotoje is the name.
Yes. Hotoje. Yes, table office, kindly take note. Page 23. Sorry, Honorable Member, yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, page 23, number 11. The name is Kofi Amankwa Menu. The Amankwa an H, and it is hyphenated.
Table office, take note. Amankwa Menu That's one name hyphenated. No H. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Page 28. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, on page 25.
25.
Yes, 25. The table above, item 21. The name is Honorable Thomas Ada Dalu. Honorable Thomas Ada Dalu. Ada is A-D-D-A. Dalu is D-A-L-U. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is the honorable member present? Table office, take note, the name is Thomas Ada Dalu, not Thomas Mbumba. Yes, honorable member.
Yes, I'm present.
Yes, is the name Mbumba or Ada Dalu?
It is Ada Dalu.
And so where did the word Mbumba come from?
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't know.
Yes. Honorable member.
Yes, right, Honorable Speaker, page 28, number 18, title also missing. And so I don't come back, if you don't mind, page 39 as well. I mean, just same thing there too. Title missing. It's Dr. Dixon Admaku Kisi. Thank you.
Sorry, my attention was being distracted.
Please, page 28, item 18.
Item 18.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please.
It's Dr. Dixon Admaku Kisi. The title is missing here.
Again, the doctor should be captured. Honorable Dr. Dixon Admaku Kisi. Page 29. Yes, honorable member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, page 28, item number 18. The name is Krentor, not Krenstor. It's Krentor. So there is a mistake.
Sorry, I didn't get that. Page 28.
2818. The name is Krentor. It's not Krenstor.
2818 is Honorable Dr. Dixon Admaku Kisi.
No, right, Honorable Speaker, it's 29. 29.
Page 29. 18.
Yes.
It's
Krentor. T-S-I-L.
The spelling of Krentil is wrong.
Yes, yes.
Table office, kindly take note. Page 30.
Yes, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Page 30, item number 5. It's supposed to be Kwamena Mintanyaku, Honorable Dr. Kwamena Mintanyaku. The doctor is awaiting, and then the Minta was the first name, so that is supposed to be changed. Kwamena Mintanyaku.
Table office, take note.
Sorry, it's omitted. The doctor is omitted, sorry.
Yes. So they will insert the doctor and rearrange the sequence of the name.
Yes, in order not to come back.
Honorable Dr. Kwamena Minta Nyako.
Yes, please. In order not to come back again, page 46, please.
Sorry, we haven't reached there yet.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Page 31. Page 32. Page 33. Yes, Honorable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, I was trying to catch your attention at page 32, number 18. I believe our honourable colleague is not around. He will have observed that Tete has not been captured correctly. The Honourable Bismarck Tete Nyako, the number 18 at page 32. And while at it,
right, please, the spelling of Tete, get it correct.
And while at it, Right Honourable Speaker, I have observed that some of the head notes for the committees is not consistent with the rendition in our standing orders, Standing Order 151 and 152. So if the table office can take note. For example, the Committee of Privileges, it has not been captured accurately. The Committee on Gender and Children, it has not been captured accurately. So if we can be consistent with our standing orders 151 and 152. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Table office, please get the right rendition. Page 33. Page 34. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, on 34, number 2, the title Doctor is missing. It's Honourable Dr. Prince Hamidu Ama. Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker.
Honourable Members, you should allow. It's not easy to get doctorate, so please. It's their rightful title. Give it to them. Page 35. Page 36. Page 37. Page 38. Yes.
Abu
Sorry.
Speaker.
Yes.
Page 38. Item number 19. The name is Albert Tete Nyakute. The Nyakute has been replaced with Nyako.
Not
Nyako. Yes, Honourable
3819. Yes, Honourable Member.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, same page, number 8. The name is Al Hassan Abdallah Idi, not Al Hassan Abdullah Idi. So Abdallah is in contention. Abdallah, not Abdullah.
Honourable Al Hassan Abdallah Idi, not Abdullah. Noted, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Any more corrections before we move to 39? Page 39.
Honourable Speaker, page 30, item 16 is Honourable Engineer Yao Gomado. Engineer is ENGR.
Honourable Engineer Yao Gomado.
Yes. And similar, page 18, item 17.
Sorry. Page 18.
Item 17, same Honourable Engineer Yao Gomado. ENGR is...
That one approached the table office.
All right, sir.
We've gone past page 18 long ago. So please, capture his name properly of his title, engineer.
Thank you.
Page 40. Page 40.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, yes.
Page 40, item 18. Frederick. 40.
Page 40, item 18. Yes.
Yes, 18. It's Frederick. F-R-E-D-E-R-I-C-K. So there's an omission of E. Frederick.
Frederick Yao Ahenkwa. Yes, his spelling of Frederick is D-E. Table of his, take note. Page 42. Yes, Honorable Member.
Right, Honorable Speaker, on page 41, under the Committee on Works and Housing, number 11, is supposed to be Andrew, not Andrews. My name doesn't take S. Andrew, not Andrews.
Is it the name is or supposed to be?
The name is Andrew Dalchiwite, not Andrews.
Table office, please do away with the S. Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker. Page 40, item 17. The submission of T is Krentel. My name again. It's Krentel.
That's page 41. Page 41.
No, page 40.
There's no name like that on page 40.
It's a continuation of page 40.
And so is it on page 40?
Yeah, page 41, but it's a continuation.
Honorable, you don't say yeah.
Right, Honorable Speaker, it's continuation of page 40.
Yeah, so it's on page 41.
41, yeah, exactly.
Yes, the spelling of Krentel.
Krentel.
Abeku Krentel. The spelling, please get it correct. Yes, Honorable.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I'm getting a little confused then. I'll be grateful for your very respected direction. Right, Honorable Speaker, I and you belong to the same profession. People are calling themselves engineer, this, that. Should we call ourselves honorable lawyer this? And honorable teacher this? Because you are saying that people suffer to get doctorate. Not do we suffer. It's not a joke. Teachers also suffer. Next. Who else suffered? They say plumbers also suffered. So, right, Honorable Speaker, the way things are going now, very soon people will be putting attempted and so on, PhD attempted. And you yourself, right, Honorable Speaker, the way things are going, you should be right honorable lawyer before we start mentioning. But I'll leave it to your guidance, Honorable Speaker.
Well, I don't have any standing order to guide me. And there's no president in Ghana to guide me. But I know somewhere those things are captured. And I'm sure you all know. And so they even add chief. I don't know whether that's where we are moving towards. But I think we could restrict ourselves to the academic titles. I think so. So our director will restrict ourselves to the academic titles. And so I don't know the title the lawyers use apart from Esquire. Yeah, so let's move on. Page 42. Page 43. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Page 43, number where is it? Number 14. Sebastian N. I don't normally abbreviate. N is meaningful, as captured on page 6. That's the attendance seat. Is rightly spelled on that page, so they shouldn't abbreviate my name for me. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. It's meaningful.
He wants the N to be given its full meaning. Page 44. Page 45. Yes, Honorable.
Page 44, item number 15. The name is Linda Obenewa. E is omitted. OBENEAA. Obenewa A. Oklu. Thank you.
Page 45.
Yes, 45.
Page 45, number 1515. Page 46. Yes, Honorable Member.
Yes, the page 46, item 14. It's supposed to be Honorable Dr. Kwamina Mintanyako. The Minta has no H. M-I-N-T-A.
Let's get the correct one, not what it's supposed to be.
M-I-N-T-A.
Minta without an H.
Yes, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Table office, take note. Page 47. Page 48.
Honorable Speaker, page 47, please.
Yes, please.
Item 11. It's adjument does not have a G at the end of it. It's adjument without a G at the end. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, table office, number 11, page 47. Adjument without a G. Page 48.
Right, Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Item number 18, page 48. Is Suleimana Adama, not Adams Ramsey Suleimana. Thank you.
Table office, kindly take note. Page 49.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, please.
Page 49, item number 10. Mavis and Cancer Bodu. Then Cancer Bodu should be hyphenated. Thank you.
Table office, take note. Number 10, page 49. Page 50. Honorable members, the votes and proceedings of the 21st sitting of the first meeting of the first session held on Thursday, 11th March 2021, as corrected are adopted as the true record of proceedings. We have no official report, and so we move to item 4. Business statement for the 9th week. Chairman, Business Committee.
Right Honorable Speaker, on the strength of Order 56
of the rules of this House, I present the business statement for the week ending Saturday, 20th March 2021.
Yes, who are you?
Mr. Speaker, with your leave, may I present the business statement? I am the Vice Chair of the committee. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my chairman has been given some other constitutional duties.
Address the chair.
Mr. Speaker, with your leave granted, I proceed to present the business statement for the week ending 20th of March 2021. Mr. Speaker, your committee met yesterday and the following decisions were taken, and this is the arrangement of the business for the ensuing week. Right Honorable Speaker, may read any available communication that will come to the House. Mr. Speaker, may pursuant to Order 72, permit ministers to make statement of government policy. Statement duly admitted by Right Honorable Speaker may be made in the House by members as well in accordance with Order 72. Right Honorable Speaker, bills, papers, and reports may also be presented for first reading in accordance with the rules of this House. However, those of urgent nature may be taken through the various stages in one day in accordance with Order 119. And pursuant to Order 75, papers for presentation to the House may be placed on the order paper for laying. And committee reports may also be presented to the House for consideration. Mr. Speaker, motions may also be debated and consequential resolutions, if any, taken within the week. Then the main thing, the budget statement and the economic policy of government. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that a lively debate, well-researched, informed debate on the economic policy of government for the year 2021 will change time allotment as follows. 1, the seconder and ranking member of the Finance Committee will have 20 minutes. Other committee chair and ranking members 15 minutes. All other members will have 10 minutes. Mr. Speaker, we have also structured the debate on the following lines: governance, security, public safety, finance, the economy generally, energy, and other infrastructural sectors. Mr. Speaker, these will afford members the opportunity to prepare in an area that they have their strength, so that we can all benefit from their debate. Mr. Speaker, the Business Committee also proposed the following sectors for each day. Tuesday, 16 March 2021, finance, agriculture, trade, and industry. Wednesday, 17 March 2021, communications, energy, roads, works and housing, sanitation and environment. Thursday, 18 March 2021, education, health, employment, youth and sports, tourism, culture and chieftaincy. Friday, 19 March 2021, governance, including local government, judiciary, defense, interior, EC, NCC, SHRAD. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, all these institutions will come, in other words. Then Friday, 19 March 2021, leadership is expected to conclude the debate. Honorable members, are also informed that there's going to be, the budget will conclude on Friday the 19th of March 2021. So Speaker, next is our sitting. The committee recommends that during the presentation of business last week, the Business Committee once again recommended that the House commences sitting each day at 10 a.m. and also have extended sitting to ensure that debate on the budget statement and economic policy of government concludes on 19th of March 2021. Mr. Speaker, the committee entreats all committees to endeavor to commence the consideration of the budget estimates of various ministries, departments, and agencies by Thursday, 18th March 2021. As honorable members may observe on the business, this House is programmed to sit briefly on Saturday, 20th of March 2021, and to hold committee sittings. The Business Committee therefore proposes that committees take advantage of the said Saturday to hold committee sittings for the consideration of the budget estimates of MDAs. The foregoing recommendations are expected to enable expeditious consideration of the budget estimates and the passing of the Appropriation Bill 2021 prior to the House adjourning Synod on Tuesday, 30th March 2021. And Mr. Speaker, it must be emphasized that once such industry is expected of members, matters of pleasure shall be made available for the comfort of members. I mean blessed assurance. Mr. Speaker, a reminder of the post-budget workshop. Members are kindly reminded of the post-budget workshop scheduled for all members of Parliament. Emphasis, all members of Parliament. It will be held at the Volta Serene Hotel, Ho in the Volta region. Other details are as follows. Check-in at the hotel will be the afternoon of Saturday, 13th of March, 2021. Sunday, 14th to Monday, 15th March will be workshop days, and members are expected to depart from Ho on the morning of Tuesday, 16th of March. The House is expected to start sitting at 2 p.m. same day. Mr. Speaker, in accord with Order 162 and subject to Order 53, the committee submits to the House the order in which business of the House shall be taken, and same is attached. And since it is here, Mr. Speaker, I rely on same without more. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, you've heard the Deputy Majority Leader and Vice Chair of the Business Committee present the business for the ensuing week. Any comments? Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I raised the issue of research assistant last week when the business statement was presented. Our leader gave an indication that some work will be done and that some report will be given.
Well, that is not in the hands of the business committee.
Very well. Very well.
Research assistance is a matter outside the remit of business committee.
Very well.
Yes.
I'm guided.
So we'll take it later on. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, from the statement ably presented by the Deputy Majority Leader, it's obvious that he would wish that we return to Accra on Tuesday, and on that same Tuesday proceed to Parliament and commence with the debate on the budget statement. Mr. Speaker, you know the distance from Ho to Accra and the traffic situation. it will be virtually impossible to travel from Ho Tuesday morning, get to Accra, freshen up, and come to commence the debate at 2. So if the business committee could take a second look at it and see how we can adjust accordingly. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two concerns. Mr. Speaker, the first one relates to the consideration of the budget estimate. Mr. Speaker, if you were to look at item 4 on the business statement, we were told that Parliament will be considering the budget estimate starting from Thursday, the 18th of March 2021. Mr. Speaker, this will mean that Parliament will have only about 2 weeks to consider all the estimates. Speaker, strangely, in the past we have used about 4 weeks to consider budget estimates. Can the Vice Chairman of the committee give us some understanding as to how we will be able to consider budget estimates in this shortest possible time? Less than 2 weeks, Mr. Speaker, to be precise, about 13 days. Mr. Speaker, secondly, there is another item here that, Mr. Speaker, there's the need for us to review. Item 3, in terms of times that has been allotted to the speakers. If you are to look at Roman numeral 1, we have been informed that the seconder and then the ranking member of the Finance Committee will be speaking for 20 minutes. Mr. Speaker, I think for a budget policy of this kind, it is very important that at least the seconder and the ranking member be given 30 minutes at the minimum to be able to discuss it. Mr. Speaker, I also propose that the ranking members and other committee chair be given a minimum of 20 minutes so that we can do justice with the document. Mr. Speaker, clearly 15 minutes may not be enough. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Most grateful, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, two issues very quickly. The first one being looking at the arrangement of business. We have room created for statements, for bills, for papers and reports, for motions and resolutions. But, Mr. Speaker, conspicuously missing from the arrangement of business is questions to honourable ministers. The honourable ministers are in place, most of them recycled ministers, and so they cannot tell us they need time to settle in. There are urgent matters, Mr. Speaker, very urgent questions that some of us have filed. And I'm surprised that for all of these weeks, we still do not have room in all the arrangement of businesses that have been presented for urgent questions to be addressed by honourable ministers in line with Order 60 of our standing orders, which stipulates, Mr. Speaker, that ministers shall, by order of the House, be requested to attend sittings of the House to answer questions asked of them. I want to find out from the Honourable Vice Chairman of the Business Committee when they will create room for questions to be responded to by the Honourable Ministers of State. And finally, Mr. Speaker, from page 2 of the business statement, the selected areas of interest for the debate, again conspicuously missing is the Foreign Affairs Committee. I will have thought that under governance, which we have brought local government, the judiciary, defense, interior, EC, NCC, SHRAJ, we would have created space for foreign affairs. Mr. Speaker, that's a very, very important aspect of our work as a House, and there are a lot of urgent matters that require debate. I'm sure the budget may even respond to some of them. Issues to do with threats of terrorism and border closures, our land borders, and see borders remain closed and all kinds of threats of insurgencies and matters within the ECOWAS free movement of persons and goods and services and all of that after, because if we are talking about a budget and rebounding this by way of our economic agenda, you cannot do all of this without international diplomacy and our bilateral relations being discussed thoroughly. So, Mr. Speaker, if the Business Committee can relook at the selection of sectors that we should focus on, it is totally unpardonable, Mr. Speaker, that foreign affairs should be blatantly omitted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honourable Member. Oh, no, not Chairman yet. Please, there's somebody behind you. Yes, please.
Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Member used the word called ministers. I think it is not a good phrase to use for ministers who have been reappointed. And it will be better if the Honourable Member reconsider that phrase. Thank you. You should withdraw it. Mr. Speaker, I only took a leaf from the Venerable J.H. Mensah, who was
actually
minority leader.
Actually, recycled octogenarian was ever used on the floor, and it was accepted by the House. I know it's always used in a very light manner, and it should not be taken to heart as taking away some value or luster of the title minister. Yes, my daughter, I can see you clearly. You don't need to draw my attention. Yes, you may go on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to draw the attention of the Deputy Leader to item number 3, and it continues on the second page. And as earlier raised by Honorable Kujetua Blakwa, I also see that under children and social protection, which ought to have been captured under governance, is conspicuously missing. And I think it's a very important and sensitive area or sector of our economy. So the debate should equally capture that as well. Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. The last one before we go back. Well, there are many more.
Yeah, right.
Yes,
Speaker. I want to find out from the Deputy Leader. We are presenting the budget today. We are told we are not sitting tomorrow, Sunday, and Monday, but the debate on the budget starts on Tuesday. Can the Deputy Leader assure the House that members will get copies of the budget today? Otherwise, what we're going to have is members having access to the budget statement for just a day before they start the debate on Tuesday. And I don't think that will give members an opportunity to digest the budget and make meaningful contributions. So we definitely needed hard copies of the budget before we leave this House today. Can the Deputy Leader assure members? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on item 4, it's item 5, on the post-budget workshop, it says that all members of Parliament are to attend. I know that we recently had to attend a workshop, and because of COVID concerns, members were separated, and we went in 2 batches. I just need assurance from the Deputy Leader on the issue of COVID and whether all those precautions have been taken for that workshop. To speak on the same lines of the issues that has been raised, I think that on Tuesday, 16th of March, and we're talking about trying to have a structured debate. I see finance, trade industry, and agriculture, I would strongly suggest that on that line, energy should be part of that. And probably agri should be moved to the Wednesday, and that switch will help. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to draw attention to the fact that we are having an outlier situation because of the pandemic. A lot of things as a house, we need to exercise some sort of pragmatism in the area of the use of time resource. I'm saying this because of what my colleague on the other side said. Even the PFM Act 2016, Act 921/18, even with the fiscal target, because of a condition that we find ourselves in, can be suspended. So I'm pleading with the House that let us all agree to the time set and work within to enhance productivity since COVID-19 has delayed us going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable. As the Member of Parliament for Busa South, Dr. Clement Abasina Bapak. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend the Deputy Leader of the Majority Group for making us aware that plans are in place to ensure the best comfort for members under these very strenuous conditions under which we are expected to operate. Mr. Speaker, having said that, and given the concerns raised by the Honorable Minister for Gender, Children and Social Protection, and the Honorable Member of Parliament for North Tong, with regards to the omission of very important and indeed key areas that leadership should consider adjusting the time as provided. Because the time that has been provided for the budget debate to be conducted and concluded, suppose, is based on what has been listed. So necessarily, with these new additions, there would have to be an adjustment to accommodate what was omitted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you very much and thank the Deputy Leader for standing in the stead of the Leader of Government Business to present the business statement. And Mr. Speaker, understandably, we have a challenge. And the challenge is that many a times it takes us 4 weeks to thoroughly go through the budget, which is always inadequate. In many other jurisdictions, a month is normally dedicated for the purpose of budget debate to allow for thorough scrutiny. But one can understand that the country is going through a difficult transition, and therefore we do not have time, and we have to pass the budget not later than 31st of March. And what was advanced in appropriation will be dealt with. So, Mr. Speaker, the concerns raised by the Honorable Atuforsen and many others, we will have to revise the time to give ranking members adequate time of those seconding and ranking 30 minutes, and committee chairperson and ranking members 20 minutes, and other members probably 15 minutes, to compensate for the time lost. But, Mr. Speaker, you have to direct the Ministry of Finance that not later than Wednesday or probably even Tuesday, estimates normally delay budget consideration. When would we get the estimates? And it should be on time. Mr. Speaker, I do also agree with my colleagues. When you look at the second page, and I'm sure Deputy Leader will agree, yesterday our business committee, this was not thoroughly considered. So you see an important area of the economy like energy missing, gender missing, foreign affairs missing. So we can just have a day for energy, gender, and foreign policy. Even the governance institution.
Thursday.
Wednesday, thank you.
Energy is on 17th.
Yes.
Yes,
so gender foreign affairs will have to be looked at. We have to expand, and maybe for 19th, we should just say governance. When you say judiciary, that is an arm of government. And then you go and list only a few: EC, NCC, Shiraj, no audit service, no National Media Commission, and others. So we will have to review that, and I'm sure myself and my colleague can do that. Mr. Speaker, so we will ask for extension of time. We also have served notice that we will be filing a motion demanding that the GMPC submit to this House, or the Minister for Energy explains why the Tema LNG project, estimated at $350 million, have not been brought before Parliament. And also we've served notice of a motion on Frontiers Healthcare Services, how it was procured, for purposes of understanding how those charges of 150 is being done at the airport. So those are motions we'll bring to you. And Mr. Speaker, concluding, questions. Mr. Speaker, you know that is how we elucidate information from ministers. They've just walked in, they are warming in onto their budget. Many members are encouraged to file questions. And Mr. Speaker, per Order 67, it is in your bosom. We trust that you will admit those questions that are urgent and questions that are constituency specific, so that members will demand those answers from those ministers. So, Mr. Speaker, generally, I agree with the tenor of what has been provided by the Deputy Leader on behalf of the Leader, but we have to add some more areas and be more flexible with the allocation of time. But once again, Mr. Speaker, estimates. When do we get the estimates made available to the committees to proceed? I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I will give the opportunity now to the Vice Chair to see if he could respond. Those that he couldn't, will flag them for the Chairman to do so during the course of the week.
Mr. Speaker, on the issue of the time of departure raised by Honorable Jinapo, will be done Monday evening, and because it is expected that members may have to do some work on their laptops in the night, they would want to do some more work on their laptops, research, and get their briefings right. They will leave in the morning around 5 a.m. or 4 a.m. And I'm sure they would have come back to Accra, freshen up for the troop. We are just entreating members to do that work and make sure that you come, because we are done on Monday. So if we are all committed to that, there should be no problem. Yes, I agree with Honorable Atuforsen on the issue of the time. I believe that, as Riley indicated, we will discuss it. The item 3 would be varied as appropriate. But if you look at how we structured the debate, I'm sure you would even be tired going over the same points, because you have 10 members, your finance committee, for instance, you have about 10 of your members, or even more. I think it's 25-member committee or so. You cannot speak for 30 minutes. You definitely need to give space to somebody to prepare another person. So, Honorable, you need to groom some of the young ones. So I'm sure you may not even need all the 30, but that notwithstanding, if you need more time, it will be discussed per the assurance given by the minority leader and the member of the committee. Yes, Honorable Kwame Agbodza raised the issue of the copies of the budget. I think it is fair. It would have to be considered, and it must be done, so that we read and get the details before the actual workshop starts. On the concerns of Honorable Okujecha Blakwa and my respected learned colleague Adwa Safo, yes, that's an omission that would also be factored. So consider item 3 ended. And then Ama Kofibua raised issue of assurance, COVID-19. Yes, I've been reliably informed that 3 hotels are available: Serene, Chances, and Sky Flats. So it's been done such that we would have enough opportunity for we ourselves to observe those protocols. But we must also be disciplined in the protocols. You know what I mean, Honorable Amakofibua. You know what I mean. And then, Mr. Speaker, I think these address the main issues, except that Honorable Harun Idrisu talked about the motion they intend filing. We've made space for you to file your motion. You continue to serve us notice that you are going to do this. There's an opportunity for you in the ensuing week. So file your motion. You keep serving us notice that you want to do it. Do it. There's an opportunity there. And I believe that it's because the week is loaded. That is why the issue of question didn't find space. But Mr. Speaker, it's within your discretion that if there's any urgent question to be considered, ministers are in place. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't think it will be out of order if you admit any question, even as we debating the budget, because that is part of the tools we use as parliamentarians. So, Mr. Speaker, on that score, I think I pray that the statement, business statement, be adopted for us to make progress. Thank you so much indeed.
Yes. Well, I'll permit you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know my Deputy Majority Leader has concluded, but I'm thinking Monday, if we can beat the time to lunchtime, after lunch, then we set off. It will help instead of Monday, because Monday morning, the Kosombo, Tuesday morning, the Michelle Camp there, the traffic is so heavy. So if leaders will agree with my colleague that by 3 p.m. we set off, if you decide to stay, fine, but we make it a point that by 3 we are done on Monday, so that members can leave, and those who decide to stay will stay. But if you say Monday and you leave on Tuesday the traffic will be very heavy. By the time we get here, a lot of us will be exhausted, and we might not be making sense. That's my suggestion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, honorable members, the business statement is a guide, and so we are in the position to add to, subtract, amend, revise as we go along. Definitely we'll be looking at what is practicable, and so we will not just be bound by what is on this paper. And you know, we have a lot of partners and stakeholders in this matter. It also depends on how cooperative they are, particularly the Ministry of Finance. One, how early do we get copies of the budget statement? Two, the estimates, the details of the estimates. Sometimes they take a long time in coming. And so we are ready to sit 24/7. And I'm sure members should psych themselves and prepare towards that. Even if it means we have to sit on Sunday, we have to do so. Before by the close of the month, the budget should have been passed and the Appropriation Act assented to by His Excellency the President. If not, governance will come to a complete halt. I'm surprised that none of you mentioned Parliament. I didn't see Parliament captured. On the days that have been allocated for various areas. But I will propose that Parliament and the judiciary be given particular attention. And I want to give notice again that Parliament and the judiciary, Ministry of Finance, and His Excellency the President, these are not sectors of the economy. These are arms of government. And we are not going to take any budget that is like a ministry's budget. That will not be tolerated. Arms of government will also have to be strengthened to be able to perform their functions. We can no longer allow the executives to be running amok without any check and balance. I'm sure this is sufficient notice. I have seen an indication of what is alleged to be ceiling for those arms. I am not going to take that. So the ministry is well represented, and our own member is going to read the budgets. Kindly take note, or else you have it tough with the Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Our capex has been completely taken away from the indication that have been sent to me. And it will not happen under my watch. That will not happen. So if you have to go and revise the budget, you better do so. We are prepared to sit 24/7 to go through the budget and pass it. But members will no longer be allowed to continue to use their houses as offices to perform government functions and their duties for the good people of Ghana. We'll be along this path for 28 good years. So now we have grown. And the budget is not only for the executive.
Yes.
Members should not be worried. Definitely we will admit urgent questions. But normal questions will take more. And so within this short space, we may not have the leisure to listen to ministers on that one. Again, there will be virtual presentation. And so members are not all to be physically present at the venue. But we're going to take note. Participation in the post-budget workshop is a prerequisite to contribution on the floor of the House. We want members to take it serious and participate in the post-budget workshop. Again, it's important for members to organize themselves We will not allow too much repetition. And we will not allow too much heckling. Neither will we noise making. We want to take business serious.
Yes.
So within these few weeks, Parliament will have to focus and properly analyze, diagnose, and if possible, revise some of the proposals before us. If not, the custodian of the Pests concept will be of no consequence at all. So please, let's take this exercise seriously and let's do the right thing, what is part of our duty to make sure that the national priorities are properly aligned to the vision of this country. Yes, Honorable Member, I see you on your feet for some time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for indulging me. Right Honorable Speaker, flowing from the discussions that we had and the fact that time to look at the budget, and then we also need to get everybody on board for convenience. Is it not possible for us to have the post-budget workshop here in Accra, and precisely in this where we are having this? The precinct. Is it not possible, as it did in the 5th Parliament, where all the workshops were done in the chamber for convenience? Because considering the traffic, the volume of traffic on the Tema motorway, the fact that we need to sit.
Honorable Member, that's not open to discussion. All those issues were considered, and there's good reason why we decided to take it there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
You're already taking permission from whom? What are you saying? Why is this one?
Yes, honorable members, I think we have to end it here.
The Speaker.
Yes.
Right. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The Speaker, I just want to find out from the Honorable Leader during the presentation on what informed the decision to arrive at the schedule for the debate on the budget statement and economic policy. Because looking through, I noticed that some of the committees seem not to have been considered. For example, we do not have a day for lands and forestry. And considering the President's attention, taking a cue from his State of the Nation address on Galamsey and the forest cover, one would have thought that it will find space in the scheduling for debates on the budget policy. I wonder if this is just a guide or this is an exhaustive list of the nature that the debates will take after the post-budget workshop. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, as stated earlier on, it's just a guide, and these are proposals. When we get there, the details will come. Honorable members, the business statement as presented and commented upon is at the commencement of public business, because I will not permit the taking of statements today. Before I move to item 6, kindly permit me to acknowledge the presence of some dignitaries. They are here to grace the occasion and to support us to listen to the presentation of the budget. We are blessed with the presence of the Vice President of the Republic, His Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmudu Bawumia. We also have the Chief of Staff, Office of the President, Honorable Akusua Frema Ose Opare Wovesie, and we have the spouse of the leader of the House and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, Mrs. Irene Che-Mensah Bonsu. We have officials from the Ministry of Finance and also the Bank of Ghana and Ghana Revenue Authority and others over here. And so now we move to item 6, and we have a number of papers to present. The first is the annual on the petroleum funds for the 2020 fiscal year. Honorable members, we now have the Minister of State responsible for the Ministry of Finance, in the person of the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs, the Majority Leader and Leader of the House, And so I'll move straight to item 7. As I mentioned earlier on, His Excellency the Vice President is with us, and I'm sure he's here to give him some morale. So, Honorable Minister responsible for the Ministry of Finance, you are welcome. And we are now at motion item 7. That this Honorable House approves the budget statement and economic policy of the government for the year ending 31st December 2021. Minister of State responsible for the Ministry of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I come before you today to move a motion for the approval of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2021. Right Honourable Speaker, let me at the very outset express my profound gratitude to the President for the trust and confidence in me in designating me as the Minister with temporary responsibility for the Ministry of Finance. In these past 5 days, I have received massive cooperation and indeed guidance from His Excellency the Vice President, the head of the Economic Management team, Mr. Charles Adubuaheng, the President's representative at the Ministry of Finance, and the Minister Designate for Finance, Mr. Ken Ofori-Atta, from far away United States of America, the technical team at the Ministry of Finance. May I also thank my colleague ministers and members of Parliament for the expression of good wishes and support. Let me also speak on this momentous occasion, wish the First Lady of the Republic happiest birthday for attaining the biblical optimum age of 70. Today, Friday, the 12th of March.
Speaker, to Mrs. Irene Bonsu, let me just say, what can I do without you? Mr. Speaker, colleagues, I want to believe.
Honorable Minister, is it an invitation for her to come and stand by you?
Mr. Speaker, you know that she is a stranger in this house, and our rules will not permit her to stand by me. Otherwise, I know I will have the permission of the minority leader, in whom I'm sometimes well pleased to be by my side. Mr. Speaker, I was saying that I want to believe that the facts of the majority leader in the government business, one of our own, the budget statement in this house, should provide sufficient mitigation to subdue the flame of heckling from the professional hecklers. From the professional hecklers. That's because they know themselves. And I know one is pointing at me now. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of Parliament, on the authority of His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I beg to move that this Honorable House approves the financial policy of Government of Ghana for the year ending 31st December 2021. On the authority of His Excellency the President, and in accordance with Articles 179 and 180 of the 1992 Republican Constitution, permit me to present to this august House the budget of the President of the Republic of Ghana. Speaker, this statement is an abridged version of the 2021 budget statement, and I would like to request the Hazard Department to deem the entirety of the budget statement and economic policy as having been read and capture same in the Hazard of today, Friday, the 12th of March, 2021, upon my completion of this submission. The Speaker, I also submit to this august House the following statutory reports. The 2020 annual report on the petroleum funds, in accordance with Section 48 of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act, 2011, Act 815 as amended, the 2020 report of the African Union levies, and third, the 2020 annual debt report in accordance with Section 72 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, on 28th of October 2020, and in accordance with Article 180 of the 1992 Constitution, government laid the expenditure in advance of appropriation in this House. I wish to report that the subsequent approval by this august House has made it possible for government business and public services delivery to continue uninterrupted in the first quarter of 2021. Speaker, just 3 days ago, on the 9th of March 2021, His Excellency the President of the Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, presented the first message on the state of the nation of his second term. In that address, he clearly stated that even though, like other countries around the world, we've had to go through the worst possible pandemic of our lifetime, the nation is in relative good state, thanks to the grace of God and to the swift, decisive, necessary actions taken by government to contain the virus, support families, and sustain the economy. Today, Mr. Speaker, I stand here on behalf of the President to present to you and the House the state of the economy, how we have managed to mitigate and survive the pandemic, and echo out a projected positive growth rate of 0.9% in 2020, contrary to the initial fears of a negative growth rate as experienced in many countries. I will also present to you well thought out strategies that will hasten our recovery and place us on a confident path of sustained economic transformation. Mr. Speaker, the year 2020 was a difficult period for Ghana and the rest of the world. Never before in recent history has a pandemic triggered such dramatic changes to lives and livelihoods simultaneously. The last of such pandemic of global impact was the Spanish flu in 1918, over 100 years ago. The ensuing crisis has disrupted and exerted undue pressure on economic and financial systems, killed businesses and jobs. Developing and emerging economies, including Ghana, have had to deal with external headwinds, falling commodity prices, and rising expenditures to address the effects of the pandemic. The International Monetary Fund has estimated that the global economy contracted by 3.5%, while global trade also contracted by 9.6%. The COVID-19 pandemic has upended the economies of over 150 countries and is the worst economic crisis since the Great in the 1930s. Speaker, for the first time in our 64 years of nationhood, the government has had to tackle an unforgiving simultaneous health and economic crisis. The outbreak and the ensuing partial lockdown to contain the spread of the virus and protect lives and livelihoods brought socio-economic activities to a visual standstill, with the resultant loss of jobs, incomes, collapse of businesses, and loss of government revenues. Mr. Speaker, from the onset of the COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020, His Excellency the President laid out 5 key objectives government sought to achieve. 1, limit and stop the importation of the virus. 2, contain its spread. 3, provide adequate care for the sick. 4, limit the impact of the virus on social and economic life. And 5, inspire the expansion of our domestic capability and deepening our self-reliance. The President made it an utmost priority to protect Ghanaian lives and above. This is captured in his now world-famous quotation, and I quote, "We know what to do to bring our economy back to life. What we do not know how to do is to bring people back to life," unquote. Under his leadership, the country took the required swift, drastic, and decisive measures to mitigate the spread of the pandemic. We rapidly mobilized and deployed extensive internal and external resources to support Ghanaian households and enterprises. The Speaker, at this juncture, permit me to acknowledge the support of our development partners, namely the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, the African Development Bank, the European Union, and other bilateral partners who made available significant resources to complement our efforts. Mr. Speaker, the drastic slowdown in economic activity led to a huge drop in domestic revenues, combined with a sharp and unplanned hike in COVID expenditures. In sum, this unprecedented crisis led to 1, a sudden shortfall in government revenues amounting to 13.6 billion Ghana cedis, and 2, an unexpected and unavoidable rise in expenditures of 11.7 billion Ghana cedis. The Speaker, through government's Emergency Preparedness and Response Plan, ERP 1 and 2, as well as the Coronavirus Alleviation Program, CAP, we undertook the following measures. 1, provided financial clearance to employ additional 24,285 health professionals between March and June to help fight the pandemic. 2, expanded the capacities of laboratories to increase COVID-19 testing and established isolation centers in all regions and districts. We provided 3.6 million reusable face masks, 50,000 medical scraps, 90,000 hospital gowns and head covers to health facilities as of June 2020. 50% of basic salary as allowances for frontline health workers. Waived income tax for all healthcare workers. Waived income tax on 50% additional allowances paid to frontline health workers. Absorbed the transport costs and cost of sustenance for contact tracers and field surveillance officers. Fully recovered water consumption for all Ghanaians from April to December 2020, and fully covered the power consumption of over 1 million Lifeline customers, and subsidized the consumption of all other customers by 50%. Rolled out the 750 million Ghana City CAPS and BUZZ programs in May 2020 to directly support micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises. We established a 2 billion guarantee facility to support all large enterprises and for job retention. 12, 100 million Ghana City Fund for labor and faith-based organizations for training and skills development. An unemployment insurance scheme to provide temporary income support to workers who were laid off due to the pandemic. 14, we transferred over 50 million to 400,000 most vulnerable individuals under the LEAP program. Provided cooked meals to 2.744723 vulnerable persons, and worked with faith-based organizations to distribute dry food packages to 470,000 families. We provided hot meals for 584,000 final year junior high school students and 146,000 staff of public and private schools from August 24th to September 18, 2020, as they wrote their final examinations. We supplied reusable face masks, 64,000 Veronica buckets, 8,100 thermometer guns, and in 0.5 million pieces of 200 ml of hand sanitizers, as well as over 126,000 gallons of soap to enable schools reopening. We paid WASI examination fees amounting to 75.4 million for 314,000 third-year senior high school students. We reduced the communication service from 9% to 10% to support students and workers who have adopted online platforms to study and work. We extended due dates for filing of taxes from 4 to 6 months after the end of the financial year. We permitted contributions and donations towards the pandemic as allowable expenses for income tax purposes. We waived VAT, NHIL, and Get Fund levy on donations of stock of equipment and goods for fighting the pandemic. We waived income taxes on third-tier pension withdrawal. We fumigated schools, hospitals, markets, and lorry parks. We took vigorous public sensitization and engagement exercise to inform and educate Ghanaians on the pandemic. And 26, we paid all public sector salaries in full. Mr. Speaker, with revenue slumping and COVID-related expenditures rising, the Akufo-Addo government was tested beyond measure. We believe it is fair to say that we rose to this extraordinary challenge. Indeed, despite the squeeze, government succeeded in protecting virtually all jobs and incomes in public sector. What the people of Ghana have witnessed since the coronavirus pandemic, and to the admiration of the rest of the world, is a leadership of conviction that is responsible, creative, courageous, decisive, and above all, very caring. Mr. Speaker, through our decisive policy response, we have managed to achieve major results that have made it easier for the people to cope with this unprecedented crisis. For example, our response through CAP has been vital in preventing social dislocations deeper economic scarring and damage to our economic prospects. These additional government expenditures in the face of declining revenues were necessary to save lives, protect livelihoods, and safeguard economic activities. Speaker, today, Ghana is better positioned to recover and rebuild an even more resilient economy, not only because we know how to do it, but also because the grace of God has been assured for this journey. Mr. Speaker, in the 3 years prior to the pandemic, as a government, we had a plan. We stayed focused, kept our discipline, kept our promises, and worked with integrity, creativity, and compassion. As a result, the economy saw a turnaround and economic growth rate doubled, rebounding strongly from 3.4% in 2016 to average 7% annually. Mr. Speaker, the banking sector cleanup had been completed. Businesses were doing well and creating jobs. Food production was enjoying, and suddenly Ghana had become a major tourist attraction. We were indeed on a path of fiscal consolidation by 2019 and poised for economic transformation. Then out of nowhere, Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 global pandemic hit us. Mr. Speaker, the history of Ghanaians is a story of resilience, faith in God, and ingenuity when faced with adversities and uncertainties. And so we proceeded from 2017 with discipline, hard work, and cooperation to get Ghana back to work. We took a severe economy and restored its competitiveness within 3 years. In 4 years, against significant opposition, we took a bold step that afforded 1.2 million Ghanaians the opportunity to attain a better and quality secondary school education. We took a financial sector on the brink of collapse, and 4 years cleaned it to build an even stronger food system that is well capitalized, liquid, and solvent to fund our progress. In 4 years, we secured a central place in African integration and won the bid to host the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area. And within the last 4 years, Mr. Speaker, our aggressive industrialization and regional integration agenda successfully attracted and retained the highest foreign direct investment in West Africa, including having global automobile giants setting up base here. Today, world-class assembled right here in Ghana are selling on our market and plying our routes. The message to other global manufacturers is this: from 2021, an integrated Africa is open for business, and Ghana is ready to welcome you to set up here to take advantage of the biggest free trade area in the world. Mr. Speaker, we have come far from 2020. However, we are not fully out of the woods yet. As such, fiscal consolidation has to be carefully balanced with the provision of some target stimuli to cushion the impact of COVID-19 on businesses and to facilitate a quick and strong recovery of our economy, which we aim to achieve through Ghana Cares, or Batampa program. Mr. Speaker, it is clear that expenditure on health infrastructure and health-related items such as vaccines, hospital supplies, and PPEs would become a routine. However, we will take measures to ensure that these additional critical expenditures do not undermine our fiscal consolidation and debt sustainability. Government will pursue revenue-enhancing measures with a focus on deepening our digitization agenda, both on transactions of goods and services, as well as on the tax collection systems to broaden the tax base and rope in more eligible taxpayers. Expenditures will be rationalized through the implementation of tighter expenditure control systems with a more efficient procurement system to ensure value for money. We will also pursue structural reforms in public financial management system to improve efficiency in public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, we believe that the achievements in the 3 years prior to the COVID-19 outbreak as well as the intermediate outcomes of the EPRP and CAP, are the foundations from which we will collectively adapt to the changes caused by this pandemic and, quote, build back better and greener, unquote. Speaker, the seminal breakthroughs in vaccine development gives that economies can reopen more quickly than anticipated. However, logistical challenges in access and administration of vaccines and the continued mutation and emergence of more infectious variants of the virus may further delay the resumption of full economic activities around the world. Mr. Speaker, in line with the President's determination to protect the lives of Ghanaians, we have prioritized the vaccination program against COVID-19. Through the bold leadership and adept diplomacy of His Excellency the President, Ghana became the first country in the world, first batch of vaccines of the 600,000 doses through the COVAX initiative on Wednesday, the 24th February 2021. We are also working assiduously to secure vaccine for 20 million Ghanaians to enable us to attain herd immunity by the end of this year. Once again, Ghana has stepped up in front. Thanks to His Excellency the President's leadership, we are championing African excellence to become the vanguard against COVID-19 on this continent. However, Speaker, until we achieve herd immunity, we cannot let if we are to contain the spread of this virus. We must all commit to taking the vaccines in addition to adhering to the COVID-19 protocols that have been instituted for our safety and gradual return to full economic activities, recovering for sustained transformation. Mr. Speaker, in addition to continuing our priority programs, we will implement additional initiatives to drive recovery. These include: 1, scale up Ghanaians to enable us to attain herd immunity in Ghana by the end of 2021, continue the implementation of Agenda 111 to provide hospitals and related infrastructure nationwide to improve the delivery of health care. 3, intensify efforts to improve public sanitation. 4, support to those who have lost their jobs due to COVID-19 to find other gainful employment opportunities. 5, deploying resources for our security agencies to maintain peace and security. Complete many of our ongoing infrastructure projects within our resource envelope, reflecting the theme of the budget. The implementation of the Ghana Cares program to revitalize the economy and create employment. And 8, continue the implementation of our flagship programs, including Planting for Food and Jobs, the Free Senior High School, and the One District, One Factory agenda, plus the One Village, One Dam agenda. Mr. Speaker, the last 4 years led no Ghanaian in doubt that ours is a government that cares. We care about the welfare of the people. We care about the need for business to create wealth. The next 4 years will see a more clinical structural focus on President Akufo-Addo's transformation agenda as we build with deliberate rapidity on the gains so far made. In this regard, pursuing the 100 billion Ghana cedi Ghana Cares or Batampa program, which by far is the boldest and biggest economic recovery program in the country, will enable us to turn the challenges created by COVID-19 into opportunities for socio-economic transformation. This program will foster closer collaboration with the Ghanaian private sector, labor, the people, our development partners, and foreign investors. The Obatampa program is inspired by His Excellency the President's conviction that, and I quote, "What our forebears dreamed of, we will achieve. If we inherited dreams and visions from our founding fathers, we should leave legacies of achievements and realities to our children and their children," unquote. Mr. Speaker, through Ghana Cares, we will, 1, expedite government's digitalization agenda to achieve greater efficiency and effectiveness in public service We will revitalize the housing and construction industry to address the severe housing deficit and create job opportunities, and establish Ghana as a regional hub, leveraging its position within ECOWAS and as host of the Secretariat of the African Continental Free Trade Area to focus on manufacturing, financial services, education, healthcare, aviation and logistics, digital services, petroleum, automobile, tourism, hospitality, and creative arts. Support the private sector and to become a powerful engine for job creation. Actively promote both local and international investments, including the use of PPPs, and upgrade the skills of our workers through retraining programs focusing on technical and vocational skills. Mr. Speaker, the implementation arrangements for the Ghana Cares programs are in place. Clear budgets have been set and milestones developed. We will establish delivery units in the relevant MDAs and partner with the private sector, academia, and other practitioners to facilitate and monitor implementation. There will also be regular institutional arrangements to ensure we achieve synergies and track results on a timely basis. Speaker, the theme for the 2021 budget is completion, consolidation, and continuation. This theme is underpinned by the fact that over the years, every new budget invariably contains a host of new projects to be initiated at the expense of ongoing projects. This puts pressure on our finances that also has historically resulted in arrears, with many contractors not being paid on time for work done, and thereby escalating the overall cost of these projects. The Speaker, government has therefore decided to chart a new direction from 2021. A major concern of all Ghanaians across the political divide is the usually wasteful spectre of uncompleted public projects scattered across the country. This must stop. Governments owe the people a duty to use limited public funds responsibly. Our goal is to bring to an end the culture of arts. The main focus of government for this year, therefore, is the fulfillment of existing commitment and the completion, to the largest extent possible, of existing projects. The delivery tracker, which government launched last year to track progress of infrastructure projects, showed over 8,700 ongoing projects across all sectors at the end of 2020. And that is why the President has tasked his ministers and heads of all other relevant institutions, the infrastructural energies of government, mainly on continuing and, if possible, completing existing projects in 2021. The era of abandoning viable projects started with public funds must end. And this time we believe, and the time we believe is, Mr. Speaker, I now proceed to give highlights of the budget. Global economic developments and outlook. Growth. Speaker, data from the IMF's January 2021 World Economic Outlook update indicate that the global economy is projected to grow at 5.5% in 2021, up from the estimated contraction of 3.5% in 2020. The 2021 growth estimates reflects an expected positive turnaround on account of COVID-19 vaccine-powered economic activity and strong policy response in advanced countries. Speaker, despite expectations for global economic recovery between 2021 and 2022, output gaps are not expected to close until after 2022. Consistent with this expectation, inflation is projected to remain subdued during the 2021-2022 years. For advanced economies, inflation is projected to increase from a low of 0.7% in 2020 to 1.3% in 2021 and further to 1.5% in 2022, in consonance with increasing prices of medical supplies and those other commodities. Mr. Speaker, data from the January 2021 edition of the International Monetary Fund World Economic Outlook project Brent crude oil prices to average 50.0 United States dollars for 2021 and 48.82 United States dollars for 2022. Gold, as a safe haven, benefited immensely from the pandemic in 2020. This was sustained by continued monetary easing by major central banks. However, in 2021, gold prices are expected to reduce to an average of 1,740 United States dollars per troy ounce from an average of 1,793 United States dollars per troy ounce recorded in 2020. World market cocoa price averaged 2,369.85 United States dollars per metric ton in 2020, compared with 2,340.74 metric tons in 2019. Cocoa price is expected to gain a 1.6% increase in price and improve to 2,407.77 United States dollars in 2021. Financing conditions. Mr. Speaker, global financing conditions remain generally favorable throughout 2020, reflecting significant policy support, which induced lower borrowing costs, boosted equity valuations, enhanced investor risk appetite, and narrowed sovereign bond spreads across emerging markets and developing economies. These developments helped ease pressures on emerging and frontier market currencies, while sovereign risk spreads for most sub-Saharan African countries declined steadily in the year. Financial market indicators point to optimism about medium-term prospects. However, Mr. Speaker, rising debt levels and increasing interest burdens across several emerging markets and developing economies pose significant financing risks in the short term. Domestic microeconomic performance for 2020. Mr. Speaker, to put the assessment of the performance of the economy for the year 2020 in perspective, we'd like to recap the macroeconomic targets set for 2020 as presented in the 2020 media review. A, overall real GDP growth rate was revised from 6.8% to 0.9%. B, overall non-oil real GDP growth rate was revised from 6.7% to 1.6%. C, end period December inflation was revised from 8% to 11.1%. D, overall budget deficit measured on cash basis was revised 4.7% of GDP to 11% of GDP. Primary balance was revised from a surplus of 0.8% to a deficit of 4.6% of GDP. And F, end period December stocks of gross international reserves to cover not less than 3.5 months of imports of goods and services. Mr. Speaker, even though complete 2020 gross domestic product data has not yet been released by the Ghana Statistical Service, provisional data for the first 3 quarters of 2020 show that the targets for most of the macroeconomic indicators are largely on track. The summary of this performance is as follows. Speaker, average overall real GDP growth for the first 3 quarters of 2020 was 0.2%, compared with 6.0% for the same period in 2019. The projected outlook for 2020 is 0.9%, reflecting the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Non-oil real GDP grew at an average of 0.4% in the first 3 quarters of 2020. The projected outlook for 2020 is 1.6%. End period inflation was 10.4% in December 2020, compared to the revised target of 11.0%. The overall budget deficit on cash basis was 11.7% of GDP, excluding financial sector cleanup costs, against a revised target of 11% of GDP. The primary balance recorded a deficit of 5.3% of GDP against a target deficit of 4.6% of GDP. Gross international reserves accumulated to $8.6 United States billion, the equivalent of 4.1 months of import cover, slightly above target. Mr. Speaker, detailed performance in the real monetary, external and fiscal sector economy are provided below. Mr. Speaker, provisional estimates from the Ghana Statistical Service show that average overall GDP for 2020 grew at 4.9% in quarter 1, negative 3.2% in quarter 2, and negative 1.1% in quarter 3, bringing the average GDP growth rate for the period to 0.2%, reflecting mainly the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on the economy, as I've already related to. The most recent work on GDP post-2020 projected GDP growth outlook at 0.9%. In terms of sectoral performance, the agricultural sector grew at an average of 4.5% in the first 3 quarters of 2020, followed by the services sector at 1.9%, while the industry sector contracted by 3.1% over the period. Mr. Speaker, price developments within the year were largely driven by volatile food prices, while non-food inflation remained fairly stable. Headline inflation rose sharply from 7.9% in December 2019 to 11.4% in July 2020. The upward trend was mainly driven by panic buying episodes preceding the COVID-19 partial lockdown measure, which exerted significant pressures on food. However, with the gradual lifting of restrictions, the food price pressures eased and headline inflation steadily declined to 10.4% at the end of December 2020. Monetary aggregates and credits. Speaker, developments in the monetary sector during the year 2020 broadly showed increased pace of growth in all monetary aggregates, reflecting improved liquidity conditions in the economy. This was underpinned by supportive monetary and fiscal policies implemented to mitigate the COVID-19 pandemic. Provisional data on monetary aggregates at the end of December 2020 showed that broad money, including foreign currency deposits, grew on year-on-year basis by 29.6% compared to 21.7% in December 2019. Annual growth in banks' outstanding credit decreased in December 2020 relative to what was recorded in the corresponding period in 2019. The nominal annual growth of outstanding credit slowed from 23.9% in December 2019 to 5.0% in December 2020. Similarly, nominal growth in credit to the private sector slowed from 18.0% in 2019 relative to 10.6% in December 2020. In real terms, annual growth of outstanding credit to the private sector moderated from 9.39% growth in December 2019 to 0.17% in December 2020. Interest rates. Speaker, interest rates in the money market generally trended downwards in 2020 on year-on-year basis in line with the monetary policy rates. The 91-day and 182-day Treasury bill rates declined to 14.08% and 14.13% respectively in December 2020 from 14.69% and 15.15% in December 2019. Similarly, the rate on the 364-day instrument decreased to 16.98% from 17.88% over the same comparative period. Rates on secondary bond markets have also broadly declined. except rates on the 5-year and 7-year bonds, which increased by 35 basis points and 425 basis points to settle at 19.85% and 20.50% respectively. The weighted average interbank rate declined from 15.2% to 13.56%, resulting in improved liquidity conditions on the interbank market and increased trading among banks. Average lending rates of banks also declined to 21.10% in December 23.59% recorded in corresponding period of 2019. External sector. Mr. Speaker, the external sector performance was also impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic through the trade and financial. The trade account recorded a lower surplus of $2.0 billion United States dollars, or 3.0% of GDP in 2020, compared with $2.3 billion United States dollars, equivalent to 3.4% of GDP in 2019. The decline in the surplus was driven largely by a 7.8% contraction in total export receipts, especially from crude oil exports, which declined sharply by 35.2%. In addition, the value of total imports contracted by 7.3%, reflecting a slowdown in import demand due to the pandemic. The lower trade surplus, coupled with higher services outflows, resulted in a current account deficit of $2.0 United States billion, equivalent to 3.0% of GDP in 2020, compared to a deficit of 1.9 United States billion, equivalent to 2.8% of GDP in 2019. These developments, Mr. Speaker, resulted in an overall balance of payments deficit of $630 million United States dollars in 2020, surplus of $1.3 billion United States dollars in 2019. The deficit of the balance of payments was on account of marginal worsening of the current account deficit and a decreased net capital inflows in the capital and financial. Gross international reserves. Mr. Speaker, gross international reserves stood at $8.6 billion United States dollars, equivalent to 4.1 months of import cover at the end of December 2020, from a stock position of $8.4 billion, equivalent to 4.0 months import cover as of December 2019. Exchange rate development. Exchange market was relatively stable, and local currency performed better in 2020 than in 2019. Pressures from corporate demand, energy-related forex demand, and pandemic-induced portfolio outflows were offset by improved forex inflows, mainly from the Eurobond issuance and the IMF Rapid Credit Facility. These were complemented by the substantial reserve buildup by the Bank of Ghana at the end of 2019. Cumulatively, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana cedi depreciated against the United States dollar, the pound sterling, the euro by 7.1% and 12.1% respectively. This compares with the larger depreciation rates of 12.9%, 15.7%, and 11.2% for the United States dollar, pound sterling, and euro, respectively, during the same period in 2019. It is worth noting that the depreciation of the Ghana cedi against the US dollar in 2020 is the lowest recorded in the Fourth Republic, notwithstanding the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting, since my colleague, the Honorable Atuforsin, is beckoning me to state that the depreciation of Ghana cedi against the United States dollar in 2020 is the lowest recorded in the Fourth Republic, notwithstanding the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the 2020 fiscal policy objectives were adversely affected by the outbreak of the 2019 pandemic, which resulted in a recalibration of the 2020 fiscal framework during the 2020 mid-year fiscal policy review to accommodate the unanticipated shocks and enable Ghana government to implement policies and programs to ensure that both lives and livelihoods were protected. Mr. Speaker, total revenues and grants was raised downwards by 13.4 billion to reflect the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on revenues, while total expenditures were revised upwards by 11.8 billion to accommodate COVID-19 related expenditures, resulting in a revised budget deficit of 11.4% of GDP for 2020. Mr. Speaker, the unprecedented impact imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic led to the suspension of the set of fiscal responsibility rules for the 2020 financial year in accordance with Section 3, Sub 1 of the Fiscal Responsibility Act 2018, Act 9A2. Despite the adverse impact of the pandemic on the Ghanaian economy, especially in the first half of the year, implementation of the 2020 revised budget was largely on track. The provisional data of government's fiscal operations from January to December 2020 indicate that total revenue and grants exceeded a revised target of 2.7%, amounting to 55.12 billion, while total expenditures, including arrears clearance, amounted to 100,052 million, exceeding programmed expenditures by 2.4%. The consequent modest increase in total expenditures, despite the force majeure imposed by COVID-induced expenditures, is a clear indication that government adopted prudent expenditure management measures over the period. Mr. Speaker, the above revenue and expenditure performance resulted in an growth of 11.7% of GDP, excluding the financial sector cleanup cost. Speaker, and let me repeat, that the above revenue and expenditure performance resulted in an overall fiscal deficit of 11.7% of GDP, and that excludes the financial sector cleanup cost, compared to the program deficit of 11.4% of GDP. The corresponding primary balance for the period deficit of 5.3% of GDP, compared with the revised deficit target of 4.6% of GDP. The fiscal deficit, including the financial sector cost for 2020, is 13.7% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal deficit was financed from both domestic and external sources. Given the tightness of the external financing conditions, government had to resort more to domestic financing, including drawdown in government deposits at the central bank, domestic market operations, and other sources of domestic financing. Net domestic financing amounted to 44.889 billion, equivalent to 11.7% of GDP. Net foreign financing amounted to 31 million against a target of 18.46 billion, or 4.8% of GDP. Speaker, petroleum liftings and receipts. Total crude oil production for 2020 was 66.9 million barrels, compared to 71.4 million barrels in 2020. As of December 2020, the Ghana National Petroleum Corporation had lifted 12 parcels of crude oil on behalf of the state and transported 88.418 million standard cubic feet of gas to the Ghana National Gas Company, GNGC. Total petroleum receipts, that's proceeds from liftings and other petroleum receipts, as at end 2020, amounted to $666.4 million United States dollars, equivalent to 3.8 billion Ghana cedis, compared with the receipts of $937.6 million United States dollars, equivalent to 4.9 billion Ghana cedis in the same period for 2019. These receipts were allocated based on provisions of the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. As in particular, the GMPC was allocated a total of 198.6 million United States dollars, made up of equity financing cost of 154.8 million United States dollars and a share of the participating interest of 43.8 million United States dollars. The annual budget funding amount received a total of 273.4 million United States dollars, while the Ghana Petroleum Funds received 6.6 million United States dollars. The Ghana Petroleum Funds were distributed to the Ghana Stabilization Fund and the Ghana Heritage Fund in the ratio of 7:3, consistent with the Petroleum Revenue Management Act. Thus, the Ghana Stabilization Fund received 116.6 million United States dollars, while the Ghana Heritage Fund received 49.9 million United States dollars. Public debt development. Mr. Speaker, the provisional debt stock as it ends December 2020 stood at a nominal figure of 291.614 billion, representing 76.1% of GDP, compared with 217.991 billion, equivalent to 62.4% of GDP in 2019. Mr. Speaker, the total debt stock mix was made up of a provisional figure of 141.780 billion for external debt and 149.833 billion for domestic debt, accounting approximately for 48% and 51.4% of the total public debt stock, respectively. As a percentage of GDP, external domestic debt represented 36.99% and 39.09% respectively. Speaker, the total public debt has increased from 122 billion, that is 6.9 GDP, to 291.6 billion, that is 76.1% of GDP as at the end of December 2020. Included in the debt stock and the debt to GDP ratio at the end of 2020 are the following non-recurrent burdens that we had to deal with as a matter of urgency. One, the fiscal impact of COVID-19 is 19.7 billion. The cost of the financial sector cleanup is 21 billion Ghana cedis. Cost of excess capacity charges, PPs, that's 12 billion Ghana cedis. The impact of the reduction in growth from an average of 7% to 0.9% in 2020. Speaker, if these expenditures are excluded and the drop in GDP growth in 2020 primarily attributable to COVID-19 pandemic is taken into account, the total stock of debt for 2020 would have been approximately 239.9 billion, implying a debt to GDP ratio of 58.7%. Mr. Speaker, the following information is useful. Between 2004 and 2008, Ghana's debt stock increased by 30%. Between 2008 and 2012, the debt stock increased by 269%. Between 2012 and 2016, the increase in the debt stock was 243%. Between 2016, the increase in the debt stock was 137%. This includes the cost of the banking sector cleanup, excess capacity charges, and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, these are the facts according to the figures. Mr. Speaker, despite the impact of the pandemic, the rate of growth of the public debt has been lower under our government than under previous governments. The rate of growth, and do the calculations on not your laptops, but on your cell phones. Mr. Speaker, the rate of debt growth was lower despite investments in our flagship programs such as free senior high school, planting for food and jobs, NAPCO, 1 district, 1 factory, 1 village, 1 dam, 1 constituency, 1 ambulance, and the restoration of teacher and nursing training allowances, among others, while maintaining relative macroeconomic and exchange rate stability. Mr. Speaker, this reinforces the fact that the Akufo-Addo and indeed the MPP government are simply better managers of the economy and better protectors of the public purse. Mr. Speaker, I now turn to the medium-term macroeconomic targets. Mr. Speaker, the preoccupation of government in 2021 in the medium term, and therefore is to implement measures in 2021. In the medium term, therefore, is to implement measures to mitigate the impact of the pandemic with a view to returning the economy to strong and sustainable growth while protecting lives and livelihoods. Mr. Speaker, government will continue to 1. Build strong macroeconomic fundamentals. 2. Investments in productive infrastructure. 3. Develop a competitive world-class human capital base. 4. Promote an efficient, well-capitalized financial sector. Build a competitive business environment anchored on scientific and technological innovation. And 6. Pursue a robust social protection system that guarantees an acceptable standard of living for all, consistent with the vision of Ghana Beyond Aid and the President's coordinated program. The broad macroeconomic objectives to support our vision and development goals in the medium term are: A. Restore and sustain macroeconomic stability anchored on fiscal discipline and ensuring debt sustainability. We are cocksure we can do that with better managers in control of the steering wheel. Mr. Speaker, we intend to return to within the fiscal responsibility threshold of 5% fiscal deficit and a positive primary balance by 2024 in accordance with the FRA Act, the Financial Responsibility Act 2018, Act 9A2. C, we would implement reforms to increase revenue mobilization and the efficiency of public expenditures. D, will revitalize and transform the economy through the implementation of the Ghana COVID-19 alleviation, revitalization, and enterprise cares. Build a robust financial sector to support growth and development. F, provide a supportive private sector environment for entrepreneurship and foreign direct investment to thrive. G, deepen structural reforms to make the machinery of government work more efficiently and effectively to support socio-economic transformation. H, implement reforms to increase revenue mobilization and the efficiency of public expenditures. Mr. Speaker, guided by the broad medium-term policy objectives, the following macroeconomic targets are set for 2021-2024 medium term. Overall GDP, real GDP growth rate to average 5.0%, non-oil real GDP to grow at an average of 4.9%, inflation to be band of 8 plus or minus 2%, overall fiscal balance and primary balance to return to the Fiscal Responsibility Act threshold of fiscal deficit of 5% of GDP and a positive balance by 2024, and gross international reserves to cover at least 4.0 months of imports. Speaker, based on the overall macroeconomic objective and the medium-term targets, the following macroeconomic targets are set for 2021. Overall GDP growth of 5.0%. Non-oil real GDP growth of 6.7%. End period inflation of 8%. Fiscal deficit of 9.5% of GDP. Primary deficit of 1.2% of GDP, and gross international reserves to cover not less than 4.0 months of imports. Speaker, we now provide details of the medium-term outlook for real fiscal, monetary, and external sectors of the economy. GDP growth for 2021. Speaker, as I've indicated, overall real GDP is projected to grow at 5.0% in 2021, while non-real GDP is projected to grow at 6.7%. In terms of sectoral growth, that is expected to grow at 4.0%, industry sector at 4.8%, and the services sector at 5.6%. Speaker, monetary policy in 2021 and the medium term will continue to hinge on sustaining price stability with a view to firmly anchoring inflation expectations and creating conditions favorable to growth. Specifically, monetary policy would aim at steering inflation back within the medium-term target of 8 plus or minus 2%. In particular, broad money supply growth is projected to moderate in 2021 in line with inflation. The thrust of external sector policy would focus on building external buffers, enough to cover at least 4 months of imports of goods and services to cushion the economy against adverse external shocks. This will be supported by expected improvements in the trade balance and the current account balance, backed by increased remittance inflows, improved portfolio inflows, and favorable effects to the international capital market. Potential down to the external sector outlook continue to be the possible weakening of commodity prices, increased energy-related payments, and portfolio reversals. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to announce that the resolution of the banking industry has been completed. Government has been working to complete the bailout of the asset management industry through the provision of a bailout package for investors of the failed asset management companies out of an estimated 8.5 billion Ghana cedis to help pay in old AMCs. This August House approved an amount of 3.1 billion in 2020 mid-year budget. At the end of the 2020 December, government had provided an amount of 3.4 billion for the payment of validated claims to investors of 30 AMCs for which liquidation orders were obtained. This amount was in a combination of a 3-year marketable bond of 2.5 billion Ghana cedis and a 5-year zero coupon bond of 915 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, Securities and Exchange Commission to fully settle investors of the remaining 17 AMCs, an amount of 5.5 billion, 1.3% of GDP, is required. For this reason, we have come to this House once again to seek for your approval to raise an amount of 5.5 billion in 2021 to complete the asset management industry bailout, including Gold Coast Fund Management Limited, now Black Shield Capital Management, First Bank Financial Services Limited, Liberty Asset Management, Bridge Capital Asset Management Limited, Ideal Capital Partners Limited, and Frontline Capital Advisors Limited. International capital market operations for 2021. Mr. Speaker, over the past few years, many frontier and emerging economies have broadened the range of debt instruments they have deployed. Financial conditions has raised opportunities to tap into the international bond market and increase access to commercial debt financing. However, market access conditions are highly uncertain and spreads can widen in a short time in reaction to local or international events. Following from this, the Ministry of Finance took a proactive approach and presented and secured parliamentary approval on 10th November 2020 for this as part of the 2021 expenditure in advance of appropriation for the 2021 fiscal year. The proceeds are to support the budget deficit by funding growth-oriented expenditures and conduct liability on both external and domestic bonds. The limit of funding from the capital market was up to $5 billion United States dollars through multiple instruments made up of Eurobonds, diaspora bonds, sustainable bonds, green bonds, and social bonds, and a syndicated term bridge financing. Mr. Speaker, we certainly are not fully out of the woods yet with the ongoing COVID-19 second wave, but such fiscal consolidation has to be carefully balanced with the provision of some targeted fiscal stimulus to cushion the impact of COVID-19 on businesses and the economy, which we aim to achieve through the Ghana Cares or BATAPA program. Mr. Speaker, in the medium term, we will pursue revenue-enhancing measures with a focus on deepening our digitalization agenda, both on transactions of goods and services, as well as on tax collection machinery, as part of measures to broaden the tax base and rope in a lot more eligible taxpayers net. Expenditures will be rationalized in public financial management system to improve efficiency in public service delivery. Mr. Speaker, in spite of our drive to ensure that we do not prematurely withdraw fiscal stimulus support as part of measures to contain the pandemic and revitalize the economy, our resolve to ensure debt sustainability in the medium term will support a medium-term fiscal path that will ensure that we return to fiscal responsibility ceiling of a deficit of 5% of GDP and a positive primary balance by 2024. Petroleum receipts and utilization for 2021. Mr. Speaker, the projected petroleum revenue for 2021 will amount, as I've already indicated, to $885.7 million United States dollars. The total revenue is made up of royalties, 201 United States million, and participating interest to 524.9 million United States dollars. Corporate income tax, 158.5 United States dollars, and surface rentals, 1.3 million United States dollars. Speaker, in line with the PRMA, we would like to propose the allocation of the petroleum revenue as follows. 1. Allocate 283 million to GNPC for its equity financing costs, 179.33 United States million dollars, and share of the net carried and participating interest, 103.69 million. Allocate 70% of the benchmark revenue, United States dollars, 602.7 million, to ABFA. Allocate 30% of the benchmark revenue to the Ghana Petroleum Funds, and allocate 126.57 million of the Ghana Petroleum Funds amount to the Ghana Stabilization Fund, and 54.24 million to the Ghana Heritage Fund. Mr. Speaker, total revenue and grants for 2021 is projected to rise to 72.452 billion equivalent to 16.7% of GDP, up from an outturn of 55.132 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent to 14.3% of GDP recorded in 2020. Domestic revenue is estimated at 70.987 billion in 2021 as Ghana cedis, and represents an annual growth of 31.7% over the recorded outturn for 2020. Of the total domestic revenue, non-oil tax revenue will constitute about 74% and amount 0.632 billion, equivalent to 12.4% of GDP, reflecting the impact of expected improvements in tax compliance and reforms in revenue administration. Mr. Speaker, government recognizes that as a result of the impact of COVID-19, times indeed are hard for many of our people. However, it is important that we rebuild and strengthen our public finances to provide the resources to protect the lives and livelihoods of Ghanaians, deliver critical government services, and support the transformation of the economy. It will also ensure fiscal and debt sustainability. We have to do this ourselves, as no one will do it for us. Rebuilding our public finances requires us to implement some important fiscal measures to mobilize additional domestic revenue. Mr. Speaker, government recognizes that as a result of the impact of COVID-19, Speaker, as I've already said, our public finances requires us to implement some important fiscal measures to mobilize additional domestic revenue. COVID-19 health levy. Speaker, the COVID-19 pandemic has caused additional health spending that far exceeds the annual budget for health. Some of the actions that are being implemented by government to address this pandemic include: 1. Procurement of vaccines. The first batch of 600,000 doses from the COVAX facility, as of already related to, have already been delivered. An additional 17,600,000 vaccine doses to be delivered by June, with more to come in the course of the year. Vaccination of Ghanaians, as at Wednesday, 10th of March 2021, is 262,365 Ghanaians receiving the first dose of the vaccines. Establishment of 14 medical waste treatment facilities across the country for safe disposal of medical waste in collaboration with the private sector. 33 major health projects have been approved for implementation at a cost of 890 million euros. To date, 14,600,000 pieces of personal protective equipment, PPEs, produced domestically for health workers, students, teaching and non-teaching staff of tertiary and secondary educational institutions. Agenda 111 will see to the construction of 100-bed district hospitals in 101 districts with no hospitals, 7 regional hospitals for the new regions, including one for the Western region, the construction of 2 new psychiatric hospitals for the Middle Belt and Northern Italy, and the rehabilitation of the Fiankwanta Hospital in the Western region. The need to recruit more health care professionals, in addition to the 100,000 recruited in the first term of the President. To provide the requisite resources to address these challenges and fund these activities, government is proposing the introduction of a COVID-19 health levy of 1 percentage point increase in the national health insurance levy and a 1 percentage point increase in the VAT flat rate to support expenditures related to COVID-19. Sanitation and pollution levy. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the progress that we have made in the areas of sanitation and pollution, there is still a lot more to be done. Specifically, we need to, 1, improve urban air quality and combat air pollution. 2, we should support the re-engineering of landfill sites at Pone and Uti. 3, support fumigation of public spaces, schools, health centers, and markets, including lorry parks. Revamp, reconstruct poorly managed landfill facilities. 5, construct more sustainable state-of-the-art waste treatment plants, both solid and liquid, in selected locations across the country. 6, construct waste recycling and compost plants across the country. 7, construct more sanitation facilities to accelerate the elimination of open defecation. 8, construct final treatment and disposal sites for solid and liquid waste. 9, provide dedicated support for the annual maintenance and management of major landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country. 10, construct medical waste treatment facilities to prevent the generation of infectious diseases, especially under the coronavirus treatment program. Mr. Speaker, these are all very critical investments that have to be made for the benefit and dignity of all Ghanaians. These will ensure sustainable sanitation management, improve the quality of life, and reduce the number of deaths and diseases from poor sanitation. To provide the requisite resources to address these challenges and fund these activities, government is proposing the Sanitation and Pollution Levy, SPL, of 10 pesos on the price per litre of petrol or diesel under the Energy Sector Levies Act, ESLA, Energy Sector Recovery Levy, Delta Fund. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled, yes, Bola tax to environment so that you are not afflicted by diseases. Mr. Speaker, it will be recalled that when crude oil prices increased substantially between 2017 and 2018, government abolished excise taxes and reduced special petroleum tax from 17.5% to 13% to mitigate the impact on domestic petroleum prices. However, due to the difficulties faced by the economy arising from higher excess capacity payments in the energy sector, which have not reflected in energy tariffs. Despite substantial progress made by the Akufo-Addo government, there is a need to find additional resources to cover the excess capacity charges that have resulted from the power purchase agreements, PPAs, signed by the previous administration, which required payments of capacity charges even when the plants involved were idle or unutilized. It has become very necessary for government to consider a review of the energy sector levies. The energy sector recovery levy of 20 pesos per litre on petrol, diesel products under the ESLA is hereby submitted to this House for approval. Mr. Speaker, I should note that on the basis of existing world crude oil prices, the implementation of the two proposed levies for sanitation and pollution, as well as to pay for excess capacity charges, would result in a 5.7% increase in petroleum prices at the pump. Mr. Speaker, the data shows that under the Akufo-Addo government, petroleum prices is the lowest in the Fourth Republic. And the data shows, Mr. Speaker, in the year 2020, for example, there was a cumulative net decrease in petroleum prices at the pump by 7.46% and diesel by 9.53%. Between 2009 and 2012, average petroleum prices increased by 29.5% annually. Between 2013 and 2016, average petrol prices increased by 24% annually. Between 2017 and 2020, average petrol prices increased by 8.26% annually. Statistics, data don't lie. Mr. Speaker, this confirms the fact that there are better managers of the economy recognized by all. Mr. Speaker, the financial sector cleanup and the refund of monies to depositors have restored investor confidence and protected the hard-earned savings of millions of Ghanaians. However, this has come at a huge cost of over 21 billion to government and indeed to the state. Mr. Speaker, government will therefore introduce a financial sector cleanup levy of 5% on profit before tax banks to defray outstanding commitments in the sector. The levy will be reviewed in 2024. Road tolls. Mr. Speaker, to maintain improvement on our roads, and all of us in this house now and then demanding of the Minister for Roads improvements in our road network and indeed improvement in our roads. Mr. Speaker, to maintain the improvement on our roads, government will review existing road tolls and align them with current market rates. This will form part of the framework for promoting burden sharing as we seek to transform our roads and infrastructure sector in a post-COVID. Mr. Speaker, furthermore, in 2021, we will amend the Fees and Charges Miscellaneous Provisions Act 2018 that governs the setting of rates and tolls to accommodate an automatic annual adjustment that will be pegged to previous year's average annual inflation as published by the Ghana Statistical Service. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the GRA will intensify audits and institute measures to recover all outstanding debts and enforce collections in the extractive industry. A study of the downstream petroleum sector indicates that there is still the challenge of underreporting and evasion of taxes by some industry players. The GRA, in conjunction with the relevant agencies, will mount a campaign to deal with these unlawful acts. Mr. Speaker, gaming has become a major income earner all across the globe and a significant source of government revenue. The influx of online betting and automation of the once totally manual process has changed the character of revenue sources from that industry. It is estimated that Ghana loses over 300 million Ghana cedis annually in revenue due to leakages in the sector. The Ministry of Finance and the Ministry for the Interior would co-supervise the gaming industry and will soon consult with stakeholders to formulate a comprehensive policy to improve revenue mobilization from the source. COVID-19 support. Mr. Speaker, government in 2020 outlined a number of initiatives to cushion the effect of the pandemic on the populace. Some sectors of the economy and sections of the population, however, continue to suffer the devastating consequences of the pandemic. Government is therefore rolling out these additional reliefs for different sections of the population, especially those hardest hit by the pandemic. 1, tax rebate. Provision of a rebate of 30% of the income tax due to companies, hotels and restaurants, education, arts and entertainment for the second, third and fourth quarters of 2021. Tax stamps. Suspension of quarterly income tax installment payments for the second, third and fourth quarters of 2021 for small businesses using the income tax stamp system. Vehicle income tax. Suspension of quarterly installment payments of the vehicle income tax for the third, fourth, and fourth quarters of 2021 for trusts and taxes as part of measures to reduce the cost of transportation. Mr. Speaker, in line with your pause for effect, your system of pause for effect, can I repeat this? Suspension of quarterly installment payments of vehicle income tax for the third and fourth quarters of 2021 for truck trusts and taxis as part of measures to reduce the cost of transportation. Extension, Speaker, the fourth, extension of the waiver of interest as incentive for early payment of accumulated tax arrears. A waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 to reduce cash flow challenges for companies and individuals in terms of with GRA to pay up the principal by September 2021. Beneficiaries of these reliefs will have to be registered with GRA and must have filled their first quarter tax obligations. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure, including clearance of arrears, is projected for 2021 at 113.75 billion, equivalent to 26.2% of GDP. This represents a growth of 13% above the outturn of 100.052 billion recorded in 2020. Mr. Speaker, wages and salaries are projected to amount to 25.799 billion and constitute 22.7% of total expenditure, including arrears clearance for 2021. As a percentage of GDP, the wage bill is projected to be 5.9% in 2021 compared to 6% recorded in 2020. Use of goods and service is also projected at 5.967 billion or 1.4% of GDP. This represents 5.2% of projected total expenditure, including arrears clearance. Mr. Speaker, interest payments are projected at 35.864 billion, equivalent to 8.3% of GDP in 2021. Of this amount, domestic interest payments will constitute about 79.1%, an amount of 28.368 billion Ghana cedis. Transfers to statutory funds, as well as all other earmark funds, are estimated at 18.081 billion, that is 4.2% of GDP, representing 52% growth over the recorded outturn of 2020. Mr. Speaker, capital expenditure is projected at 11.423 billion, that is 2.6% of GDP in 2021, a decline of 5.7% by the 2020 outturn. Of this amount, domestic finance capital expenditure is estimated at 3.31 billion, that is 0.8% of GDP. An amount of 8.112 billion Ghana cedis has been estimated for foreign capital expenditure, and this will be funded by a combination of project grants and loans. Mr. Speaker, based on the estimates for total revenue and grants and total expenditure, the 2021 fiscal operations will result in an overall fiscal deficit of 41.298 billion, equivalent to 5% of GDP. Financing of the fiscal deficit will come from both domestic and foreign sources. Net domestic financing will amount to 25.424 billion, that is 5.9% of GDP, while net foreign financing will amount to 15.870 billion, amounting to 3.7% of GDP, and will include a planned international capital market program to raise up to $5 billion, of which 1.5 billion will be implementation of the 2021 budget, and the rest for liability management. Speaker, a corresponding primary deficit equivalent to 1.3% of GDP is also projected for the year. Now, update on key programs. The programs and activities being implemented by the MDAs and the MMDAs are based on Ghana's medium-term National Development Agenda 2018 to 2021, as well as the Ghana Beyond Aid agenda. The programs also aim to attain the objectives and targets arising from our international commitments with regard to the UN Agenda 2030, that's the SDGs, and the African Union Agenda 2063. Mr. Speaker, as I indicated earlier, the health and economic consequences of the COVID-19 pandemic has added the delivery of the planned programs and activities of MDAs and MMDAs approved in the 2020 budget. However, it is projected that the rollout of the government's vaccination plan, which started in March this year, will expedite a resumption of full economic activities and facilitation of the planned programs and activities in the 2021 budget. Speaker, I will therefore highlight the performance of key sectors in 2020, as well as programs and activities planned for the implementation in 2021. Health. Mr. Speaker, in pursuit of government's health infrastructure drive, including Agenda 111, the ministry awarded contracts for the construction of 101 district hospitals, 7 regional hospitals, and 3 psychiatric hospitals. In 2021, the implementation of these projects would continue. In addition, the following health infrastructure projects were completed in 2020. Staff housing for 4 district hospitals at Chifopraso, Tepa, acquired district hospitals. District hospitals in Sola, Tolon, Somenya, Buipe, Huita, and the polyclinic in Bamboy. 9 CHIPS components at Wiaboman, Greater Accra region, at Chilifo, Bono region, Kofia Sua, Bono region, Manti Wareso, Brohaf region, Amachi Krom Bro region, Miriam Friwo, Bro region, Samproso, Ashanti region, Koforidiania Offenso, Ashanti region, Akaso, Western region. To expand health workforce, government recruited 58,191 personnel into the various agencies in the health system. Out of this, 50,970 were permanent staff, and the remaining 7,000 were temporary workers in 2020. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, government will continue with the construction of the following health infrastructure projects: the Koforidua Regional Hospital, Shama District Hospital, the La General Hospital, the Tema Regional Hospital, reconstruction of the Central Medical Store, District Hospital in Kranza, Accident and Emergency Center, Doma Hospital. Education. Mr. Speaker, in line with the commitment to ensure adequate logistics for effective administration of schools and educational directorates, government procured and distributed 840 pickup trucks and 350 buses. In addition, motorbikes were distributed to circuit supervisors to enhance monitoring in their line of duty. Speaker, in recognition at the basic education program level, in recognition of the important role of infrastructure in the quest to provide basic education for all children, a total number of 195 basic education projects were completed in 2020. In 2021, government will continue with those ongoing infrastructure projects. Mr. Speaker, government in 2020 absorbed the examination registration fees for 403,878 candidates from the public junior high schools across the country. In 2021, the registration fees of 416,066 candidates from public junior high schools will also be absorbed. The Speaker, can I take that again? In 2021, the registration fees for 416,066 candidates from public junior high schools will also be absorbed. The Speaker, the free senior high school program has resulted in increased demand for secondary education. The total number of beneficiaries from the 2019-2020 academic year was 1,200,580 students. A total of 539 projects out of the 1,119 senior high school infrastructural projects have been completed to accommodate the increased enrollment of free senior high school students. In addition, government completed 28 community day senior high school E-block secondary education improvement program. Mr. Speaker, government has invested a large amount of resources to increase access and improve quality of TVET education by expanding infrastructure through the construction of new institutions and upgrading of facilities in existing technical universities as well as technical and vocational institutes. Mr. Speaker, to make colleges of education freely accessible to all eligible students and trained teachers to drive quality education provision, an amount of 78,857,120 Ghana cedis was disbursed to a total of 47,135 teacher trainees in all public colleges of education for the second semester of 2019-2020 academic year. In 2021, Mr. Speaker, out of 171,241,500 Ghana cedis will be paid for the first and second semesters of the 2020 and 2021 academic year. Energy. Speaker, in 2020, the country had adequate generation capacity to meet the demand for domestic, commercial, and industrial customers. The 200 megawatts Amandi project was approximately 98% complete and currently at the last phase of commissioning. Phase 1A of the 400 megawatt early power project, 147 megawatts, that's the phase 1, is currently going through commissioning. In 2021, the Tumeric Plant will be relocated to Kumasi to help stabilize the national grid. Mr. Speaker, the power purchase agreement renegotiations aimed at reducing capacity charges and consequently the overall cost of power generation are ongoing. The third round of negotiations has commenced following the approval of recommendations submitted by the negotiating team. Subsequently, Mr. Speaker, negotiations were concluded with Senate Energy Limited, and discussions with AXA Energy Company Limited are nearing completion. Mr. Speaker, following the approval of the Polygu multi-purpose dam project by Parliament, pre-commencement activities, as well as engagement of the owner's engineer to provide technical support to VRA to supervise and manage the EPC contract has commenced. The Speaker, to strengthen our national grid, the following projects, which are at various stages of completion, will continue in 2021. Lot 1, the Kumasi Kintampo of the 330 kV Kumasi Bolgatanga transmission line project is nearing completion. The 161 kV Volta Achimota Malam transmission line upgrade project has an overall works completion rate of 53% for the Volta Achimota section and 31% completion rate for the Achimota Malam transmission line. Remedial works on the Abuazi Prestia 330 kV transmission line is 90% complete, and construction works of the A4BSB Pokwasi bulk supply is 92% complete. Mr. Speaker, other projects to be pursued in 2021 include the construction of a new substation at Dunkwa on Ofin, reconstruction of the overaged 161 kV transmission lines from the Abuazi through Dunkwa to Asarienso with higher capacity, and reconstruction of the existing 330 kV and 161 kV Abuazi switch yards. Mr. Speaker, a total of 388 out of the 560 communities were connected to national grid under the Rural Electrification Program. The national electricity access rate increased from 84% in January 2020 to 85.17% by the end of December 2020, with over 10,000 communities so far connected to the national grid. In 2021, the ministry will ensure and monitor the completion of ongoing SHEP 4 and SHEP 5 projects across the country. Various electrification projects in the northern, northeast, Savannah, Eastern, and Volta, Ashanti, Western North, Ahafo, Bono East, and Buri regions, among others, will also be undertaken. 766 towns will be connected under these projects in 2021. Mr. Speaker, in line with our commitment for a green economy, a total 26 megawatt plant out of the plan solar projects undertaken by the Bui Power Authority was commissioned on the 27th of November 2020. The remaining 24 megawatts and a 1 megawatt plant is expected to be completed by the third quarter of 2021. Mr. Speaker, total crude oil production achieved from the 3 producing fields totaled 66.93 million barrels from January to December 2020, translating to an average daily production of 182,860.13 barrels. A total of 88.53 million billion standard cubic feet of gas, translating to average daily gas export of 2.41 SCF was delivered for power generation and non-power gas users. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the ministry will continue the negotiation of petroleum agreements and monitor activities on the Jubilee, the TEN, and the SGN fields. The projected production from the 3 producing fields in 2021 is expected to yield a total of 57.3 million barrels of oil and 93.07 billion standard cubic feet of export gas at a daily average of 156,986 barrels of oil and 254,986.3 million standard cubic feet of gas, respectively. Development of a petroleum hub. Speaker, the Petroleum Hub Corporation Bill was passed by Parliament in law on the 23rd of October 2020. In 2021, we will ensure the set-up of the operationalization development cooperation. Preparatory activities such as the conduct of a strategic environmental assessment, spatial planning, and land acquisition activities towards the development of the hub will be continued. Security, crime management program. Speaker, in 2020, to preserve the peace and security of the nation, the Ghana Police Service deepened the intelligence-led policing through gathering of critical intelligence for efficient combat of criminals in a proactive manner. Speaker, 709 office cadets graduated and 2,335 recruit officers passed out of the Ghana Immigration Service GIS Academy and Immigration Service Training School, respectively, at Asenfosu. The service arrested a total of 5,448 other nationals for breaching immigration laws, and penalties were imposed and fines collected from the offenders. In addition, 28 of the offenders were arraigned before the law courts. In 2021, the ministry, through the Ghana Prison Service, will continue with the construction of the Swan Prison Remand Project and other prison construction projects, train 2,200 in technical and vocational skills, and provide formal education for 1,000 others. It also built the capacity of 1,350 personnel who have recently been recruited. Mr. Speaker, Defense. The Ghana Armed Forces continue to complement internal security in 2020. It collaborated with other security services to offer assistance to civil authorities to ensure peace, and the operations include Operation Calm Life across the entire country, Operation Sit Down, Look at the Borders. The Ghana Armed Forces assisted the Ghana Police Service, local government and rural development, and Zoom Lion Limited in Operation COVID Safety. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the Ghana Armed Forces will continue to conduct operations aimed at law enforcement at sea and shore. At sea and ashore. These operations include the Water Lake patrols, drug enforcement in support of the Ghana Maritime Authority and the Narcotics Control Commission. The construction of a forward operating base at Ezinlobo, Western Region, as part of the government's national strategic plan to protect the country's oil, gas, and other natural resources is 10% complete. Government also gave approval for the establishment of 12 additional forward operation bases and 3 logistics centers along the northern borders of the country to prevent cross-border crime and terrorist infiltrations. Infrastructure works on the 500-bed military hospital at Afare in Kumasi is 85% complete as of December 2020. Overall completion, factoring the installation of medical equipment, is at 58%. The ministry in 2021 will ensure completion and use of the facility. National security. Speaker, the National Intelligence Bureau, NIB, the National Signals Bureau, NSB, countered the terrorism-associated e-crimes, violent and organized crimes, and other national security threats. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, these agencies will improve the capabilities of intelligence gathering, dissemination, and national activities among the security and intelligence agencies. Road and bridge construction. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency the President, Nadu Dankwa Akufo-Addo, in presenting the message on the state of the nation, declared 2021 as the second year of roads. Speaker, with this declaration, we will continue the prioritization of road construction. Government will continue to pursue the following ongoing projects that are at various stages of completion under the Sino-Hydro Master Facility. Speaker, the Accra inner city roads, about 84 kilometers, the Kumasi inner city roads, 100 kilometers. The Tamale Interchange Project, which is about 60% complete. The PTC Roundabout Interchange Project, Takoradi. Adenta Dodua Dual Carriageway. The Sunyani Inner City Roads, 39 kilometers. Western Region and Cape Coast Inner City Roads, 32.19 kilometers. Upgrading of selected feeder roads in Ashanti and Western regions. Construction of Hohoi Jasikan Dodi Pepesu Road, 66.4% kilometers, which is 32% complete now. Mr. Speaker, government will also continue with some ongoing projects which have seen significant progress as follows. The Nsawam Apedra Road, this northbound Kwafu Krom Apedra Road, 33 kilometers, which is about 39% complete. Apedra Bunsu Road, 23 kilometers. The Bogatanga Boku Pomakum, 160 meters, which is 31% complete. The Nkwanta Oti Damanko Road, 50 kilometers, which is 54% complete. Oti Damanko Napanduri Road, 209 kilometers, which is 77% complete. The Brekum Saikwa Roads, 34.6% kilometers, which is 88% complete. The dualization of the whole main roads, totaling 10.5 kilometers, with 55% complete. The Teshi Link Road, 7.5 kilometers, 77%. The whole Fume Road, 18.4 kilometers, about 93% complete. The Bolga Boku, from kilometer 12 to 24.5, a stretch of 12.5 kilometers, which is about 100% complete. The Wale Wale Road, 57 kilometers, 5% complete. Roundabout between Ajisu and Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology, 87% complete. And the rehabilitation of the new Abrem of Fuasi Kuma Road, 38 kilometers, which is 15% complete. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, works are also expected to commence on the following major pipeline projects. Construction of the Dufo Adidome Asikuma Junction Roads, 63.1 kilometers. That is construction of Dufo Adidome Asikuma, 63.1 kilometers. And the Asuchari, the Junction 39 Road, and Asuchari at Viemi. The interchanges there would also be constructed. The interchanges at Dufo, Adidome, and Asikuma Junction will also, Mr. Speaker, will be done. Construction of bridge over the Volta River at Volivo. Construction of the Swami interchange will be done. 8 kilometers. Speaker, will be undertaking. Rehab Zabzugu Nakwali Bimbila Road, 73.6 kilometers will be done. The rehabilitation of the Dome Kitasi Road, 19.5 kilometers. Design and construction of the Buipe, Yape, and Daboya bridges. The 3 bridges will be constructed. Construction of the Tema Aflao Phase 1 Road, 17 kilometers to be done. Construction of the Tema Akosombo Road, 64.7 kilometers. Speaker, will be done. Rehabilitation of the Asin Praso, Asin Fosu Road, Phase 2, which is 60 kilometers. Construction of the Tema Motorway, Roundabout Phase 2. Supply of installation of bridges components for 50 steel bridges. Rehabilitation of the Kumasi Inner City, already mentioned, 100 kilometers. Asphalt overlay of selected streets, 100 kilometers. Rehabilitation and upgrading of selected streets in Tamale and Yendi, Nalerigu, Walewali, Gambaga, and Damongo. About 100 kilometers of these will be done. Mr. Speaker, works progressed steadily on the Pokuase and Obichabi-Lamte circle interchanges under the Accra Urban Transport Project. It's expected to be completed on these projects by the end of 2021. Works are ongoing on the construction of 7 bridges in the northern region. These are located in Kulun, Garu, Ambalara, Kulungugu, Doninga, and Sicily. Overall, fiscal progress stands at 97%. Once and all, these bridges are substantially complete. Mr. Speaker, overall progress of 5 Belgian bridges and 13 Spanish bridges are 70% and 100% respectively complete, as well as repair works carried out on the following: the Kaneshi Bridge, West End, interior roads, also to come under PPP, would also be done. Mr. Speaker, food and agriculture. The ministry continued with the implementation of its successful Planting for Food and Jobs program in 2020 in order to mitigate the effect of COVID-19 pandemic on food production. The ministry enhanced farmers' access to production inputs and increased the plant beneficiary from 2 million to 1.4 million. A total of 1,736,510 farmers benefited from subsidized fertilizers and improved seeds under the Planting for Food and Jobs program. Speaker, under the Rearing for Food and Jobs program, the ministry procured 531 improved breeds of small ruminant pigs and poultry for distribution to farmers. The Speaker, the ministry, as I said, procured 531,000 improved breeds of small ruminants, pigs and poultry for distribution to farmers, not 5 chicken per farmer. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the Ghana Irrigation Development Authority continued with the construction of various irrigation projects which are at various stages of completion. The Tumeric phases 1 and 2, which is 90% and 50% respectively. The Improvement phase 2, 90% rehabilitation, modernization, and expansion of existing schemes at Tono, which is 95%, the Kong irrigation scheme 61%, and Kong left bank irrigation project, which is 72% complete. In 2021, the ministry will complete the construction of the Tumeric phases 1 and 2, the Improvement phase 2, and resettle displaced persons in the reservoir area. Mr. Speaker, as part of the efforts to reduce the fall armyworm infestation to the barest minimum, 89,000 liters and 11,630 kilograms strategic stocks of insecticides were procured and sprayed on all affected land areas. A total of 261,147 hectares was sprayed, and the loss of about 652,867 metric tons of maize, valued at 783,440,400 Ghana cedis, was prevented by the spraying that was in 4 army areas. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the ministry will procure 97,000 liters and 14,000 kilograms of insecticide for control of the fall army worm. Cocoa production, cocoa sector cocoa production and pricing. Speaker, the producer price of cocoa for 2020 and 2021 crop year was increased by 28% from 8,240 per ton, Ghana cedi per ton, to 10,560 Ghana cedis per ton. Cocoa Board's crop review for 2020 and 2021 year projected a production figure of 896,000 metric tons. By the end of February 2021, cocoa taking over stood at 771,461 metric tons, which puts the country on course to achieve its target. Mr. Speaker, gender, children, and social protection. The Ghana School Feeding Program provided one hot, nutritious meal per school day for children in basic schools. A total of 2,980,000 pupils in 8,683 basic schools benefited from the program in 2020. This will continue in 2021. Mr. Speaker, the LEAP program made payments to 335,030 households, benefiting 1,451,747 individuals nationwide in 2020, demonstrating government's care for its citizens. In 2020, the ministry will validate data to scale up the beneficiary households from 335,013 to 350,000 households. Judicial Service. The Speaker, in 2020, the following courts: Garu District Court, Bongo District Court, Soutuam District Court, Mansour Dubia District Court, and Masaman High Court were commissioned and automated with direct transmission systems, which allows for real-time production of court proceedings during court sittings. Mr. Speaker, government will commence the construction of a multi-purpose judicial training institute in Accra in 2021. Additionally, the Mankasim Court Complex in the Infantiman municipality, as well as the High Court Udumasi Krobo in the Lower Manya Krobo municipality, will be opened in 2021. Parliamentary business. Mr. Speaker, in 2020, 49 out of the 60 bills presented were passed into law. During the same period, 36 instruments laid before the House entered into force. The House also admitted 40 statements, while 42 parliamentary questions were asked and responded to by ministers. The Speaker, Parliament will continue to discharge its constitutional obligations through the performance of its representation, legislative, financial oversight, and deliberative functions. These functions, among others, entail considering various bills and legislative instruments, ratifying loans, and other international agreements presented to the House. In 2021, to enhance the efficiency of Parliament in discharging its constitutional oversight obligations on the agenda of government, a number of initiatives will be continued. These include the e-Parliament project, container terminal, MP's Terminal 3, were completed and are in operation. The remaining berth has progressed ahead, is expected to be completed in 2021. At the Takoradi Port, the development of a container and multi-purpose terminal by Ibistec Limited, a wholly owned Ghanaian company, is progressing steadily. The marine and dredging works have been completed, and construction of a 600-meter quay wall will be completed in 2021. Mr. Speaker, a 30-year concession agreement was executed between Ghana Shippers Authority and Ashanti Port Services Limited to develop an integrated logistics terminal at Buankra. This will decongest the Tema port and facilitate transit trade, especially to landlocked countries of Burkina Faso, Mali, and Niger in the context of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Mr. Speaker, to ensure safe launching and landing of artisanal fishing, as well as create and maintain hygienic environment and create job opportunities within the fishing communities, a total of 9 landing sites selected for development are at various stages of completion. The Tazim, Discov, Marie, Mumford, Winneba. Azim is 59% complete, Discov 58% complete, Marie 48% complete, Mumford, otherwise referred to as Joma, 46% complete, Winneba 29%, and Senya Breku 91%, Gomwa Fete 82%. Aviation Development Program. Mr. Speaker, government over the years has embarked on massive infrastructural developments to facelift existing airports to meet international standards. Key amongst these are: 1, expansion of both Kumasi and Tamale airports. In 2021, both projects are expected to be completed and open to general public. Rehabilitation works on the Sunyani Airport Phase 1 is about 93% complete and is expected to be completed in 2021 for the airport to resume operations. Mr. Speaker, as part of government policy to ensure that all regional capitals have at least one aerodrome to improve connectivity and boost tourism, feasibility studies for the development of an airport in Cape Coast has commenced. Other sites identified for construction of aerodromes include Apoa in Poho, Yendi, Moli, Navrongo, Paga, Ketikrachi through public-private partnerships. Communications and digitalization. Mr. Speaker, funding has been secured for the development of 2,016 solar-powered cell sites to cover at least 25% of the population which is unserved. At the end of December 2020, 410 out of the 2,016 sites were built across the country. In 2021, the remaining 1,606 sites will be completed. In line with government's digitalization agenda and commitment to expenditure controls, the national e-procurement system was deployed in 2020 for the following 5 pilot entities: Department of Feeder Roads, Ghana Cocobot, Ghana Health Service, Kofodua Technical University, and the Tema. Scaling up of the system to 200 additional entities is programmed for the year ending 2020. Local governance, decentralization, and rural development. Mr. Speaker, using the District Assembly's performance assessment tool, an amount of 185,931,850 Ghana cedis was transferred to qualifying MMDAs as investment grant allocation to support the implementation of respective 2020 annual action plans and budget. In 2021, the ministry will conduct a performance assessment using DPAT for 260 assemblies based on 2019 financial year performance. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development through the Department of Community Development is promoting the Alternative Livelihood Program in 18 illegal mining affected districts. In 2021, the Department of Community Development will retool and upgrade 2 CDVTIs to provide technical and vocational training to 5,000 youth, provide alternative livelihood skills training for 1,250 persons to address the challenges of illegal mining activities, and to train 600 social workforce in child and family welfare issues. Speaker, collaboration with faith-based organizations. Under our social partnership model to broaden the dialogue for development, government regularly engages the faith-based organizations on various national issues, and they remain a key partner in revitalizing the economy under the 100 billion Ghana Cares program. In 2020, the faith-based organizations were instrumental in the fight against COVID-19 as ways, supporting national readiness, complementing health service delivery through the Christian Health Association of Ghana, managing the distribution of government's dry food packages to vulnerable households during the lockdown period, providing counseling services, providing skills and entrepreneurial training for the youth, and augmenting public sensitization and awareness campaigns. Mr. Speaker, in 2021, the faith-based organizations will continue to fulfill their vital roles within government, within the Ghanaian society, and government affirms its support to the formal collaboration as a permanent component of our nation's governance. The National Cathedral of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the National Cathedral of Ghana, which will provide denominational sacred space for the nation, remains a national priority. Despite the delays caused by the COVID-19 pandemic, work is on course to construct the iconic edifice in the heart of the nation's capital. The construction of the cathedral is already introducing some critical innovations to the country. As part of the construction, over 200 trees on the site of the cathedral, some of which are nearly 100 years, have been relocated to a temporary site by the Department of Parks and Gardens. Some of the trees will be brought back upon completion of the cathedral, and others replanted elsewhere, making the edifice environmentally sustainable, setting the stage for the rollout of new initiatives and reforms. Speaker, we will implement new initiatives and additional reforms across several sectors of the economy in order to enhance further the quality of life of Ghanaians, to support domestic entrepreneurs and businesses, and to deepen access to public services. In pursuit of this, we will begin preparations for the rapid deployment of underlisted initiatives and reforms in 2021. 1. The National Equipment Leasing Policy. Speaker, in 2021, government will formulate a national equipment leasing policy to cover medical equipment, vehicles, photocopiers, printers, and scanners, among others, as part of measures to more efficiently manage our capital expenditure budget. Transport sector recapitalization project. Speaker, we also commence work towards implementation of a long-term lease to own financing arrangement for commercial vehicle owners and operators who need to replace aged and unroadworthy commercial vehicles. Mr. Speaker, this indeed is a good initiative, and if I may repeat it, Mr. Speaker, we will commence work towards the implementation of a long-term lease-to-own financing arrangement for commercial vehicle owners and operators who need to replace aged and unroadworthy commercial vehicles. National Rent Scheme. Mr. Speaker, in partnership with the private sector, we will commence the establishment of a national rental assistance scheme with a seed of 100 million Ghana cedis. The scheme would crowd in additional investment from the private sector to provide low-interest loans to eligible Ghanaians to enable them pay rent advance. Enhanced student loan scheme. The Speaker will also commence the planning towards the implementation of enhanced student loan scheme to provide students with the exception of teacher and nurse trainees an option to obtain a student loan without requirement of a guarantor. The prospective student must have a national identification number from the Ghana card. COVID-19 impact mitigation measures. Mr. Speaker, The COVID-19 pandemic that hit the entire world in 2020 has had a major impact on nearly every household, business, and economy in the world. Anticipating that the consequences will be severe and persistent, governments around the world have relied on a wide range of measures to support businesses and households. While these responses have been uneven across countries, they entered in their magnitude. Mr. Speaker, in 2020 mid-year review and the supplementary estimate, we presented the immediate impact of the pandemic on our economy and outlined robust responses to mitigate them. After a full year, we have a good sense of how devastating it has been on our economy. Socio-economic impact on Ghana. Mr. Speaker, the direct health impact Mr. Speaker, the direct health impact of the pandemic has been significant, with very unfortunate fatalities. Infections rose from a weekly average of 11 persons in the last week of March to a peak of 781 infections in the last week of July 2020. This was followed by a gradual decline in recorded infections, which reached 104 cases in the last week of December 2020. However, a new wave of infections saw average weekly infections rise from 99 in the first week of January 2021 to 880 by the week of 5th February 2021. Fortunately, Mr. Speaker, we are seeing a steady decline on weekly average infections, which stood at 379 by the week of 5th March 2021. Mr. Speaker, compared to many countries, Ghana has been rather successful in managing the COVID-19 outbreak. This success stems from the swift, proactive, and bold response from government, and of course with the collaboration of the health care workers. Speaker, economic impact of the pandemic. The pandemic has been severe. The COVID-19 economy was firmly on the path of fiscal consolidation. The initial restrictions implemented contained and impacted the economy extensively. In addition, the households and businesses, key sectors such as hotel and hospitality industry, trade and industry, agriculture, health, transportation, manufacturing, real estate, financial as well as education sectors have been negatively impacted. Speaker, the COVID-19 Business Tracker Survey, jointly published by the Ghana Statistical Service, the United Nations Development Programme, and the World Bank, suggests that about 770,000 workers, nearly 26% of the total workforce, had their wages reduced, and about 42,000 employees were laid off during the partial lockdown last year. The pandemic also led to a reduction in working hours for close to 700,000 workers. Speaker, transport workers were particularly vulnerable as they work under informal sector and do not have access to social safety nets. Formal operators also suffered serious financial constraints. Government in 2020 spent 36,552,789 Ghana cedis as operations and payroll support to Metro Mass Transit from March to December 2020, and supported the Intercity STC with an amount of 6,338,232.77 Ghana cedis as of January 2021. Mr. Speaker, COVID-19 has led to